welcome to the Big Apple here at South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set just 10 minutes away from kicking off this Friday card here at Belmont at the Big A. We'll begin on the lawn here in just a moment. Sun shining on a beautiful afternoon. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, New York Racing Association handicapper, and Acacia Clement trio on the desk for the first of a two-part edition today.
Yeah, this is like the prep. This is an hour just to get it together, and then the hour and a half later today is going to be amazing.
That's going to be the big one.
Yes. We will kick it into high gear. This first race, we're going to start off on the grass coming up. Obviously, big weekend tomorrow, Empire Showcase Day.
Love those Empire Showcase Day. Love celebrating the New York Breds. They're such a huge part of our program here and a lot of fun.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 1 and 2 on our early coverage. And then we'll bring you races 7 through 9 as we go until 2 Eastern and then back 4 to 5:30 for part 2 of our coverage. You can play it all with Nauri Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up just in time for the Breeders' Cup. Get a $25 free bet and that $200 deposit match new customer bonus with the promo code CUP25 right there at NauriBets.com. So we begin with this, New York Breds. Maiden special weight, mile and a 16th on the turf. And the favorite right now, Michelle Nevin's Starship Pegasus, the 2.
I preferred Starship Pegasus in this race. Had a very wide trip last time. Thought ran a respectable race, second time out, and gets a better post today.
One thing with her, and I know she's had outside posts in her 2 races thus far, is that she just has not shown any early speed as of yet. She has a big pedigree after some very talented New York breds, including Bar of Gold and Spirit of St. Louis. I slightly preferred Sassetti, thinking that stretching back out in distance with the blinkers on, she should be able to use her speed to her benefit today.
Yeah, Sassetti 2 posts over. For the James Bond barn, blinkers go on. That is the 4, 5-1 right now. Ruben Silvero will be on that one, but here we go. Post parade coming up. Javier Castellano on Starship Pegasus, the 2. Post parade will begin with Amazing Gracer Kevin Bond in a race with Dad here. Katie Davis will be aboard. Start number 3 coming up.
She's run well in both of her starts. First time out, she had a bit of a trip. Last time out, she got a very good ride from Katie. I think a better trip than Starship Pegasus, but she's a big danger.
Next door, the favorite, who we just touched on, Starship Pegasus.
She does seem to be an improving filly with each race. For Michelle Nevin, tends to come from off of it, as mentioned, but she did make a wide move last time.
Knight Jasmine has been beat by quite a few of these.
Yeah, that's the problem. She's got figures in some of her races on the turf that make her competitive, but she's had her chances against similar groups.
Here's Sassetti. She was 4th in that Amazing Gracer off-script race.
Amazing, as mentioned, thought she was interesting stretching back out after sprinting last time with the addition of blinkers.
Belmont barn and 1 sprint on the grass now stretches out. Cat Stormy.
Didn't do a lot of running first time out. It's going short. We'll see if the improves going longer.
Amelia Green barn off-script.
I wish Amelia well. This filly has just been tough to take after not getting the job done several times at short prices.
Yeah, Mike Maker barn, he had back-to-back wins yesterday in the card. Fire Agate.
3 wins, and he's been firing at a crazy clip so far over the last month with a positive ROI. It's the only thing you can like about a horse that doesn't look possible on paper.
7 minutes from kicking things off. Let's take a look at off-script and that Amazing Gracer Starship Pegasus race.
Well, we talked about this a little bit. I thought that Amazing Gracer had the best trip of all of them. Not that off-script had a bad trip, but off-script, Acacia, we talked about, just doesn't win turf or dirt, gets good trips, doesn't win, whereas I thought Starship Pegasus had the worst of it, being wide.
It felt like with off-script, she has had several occasions where she should have gotten the job done. She's also been favored in every start except 1, and so just tough to take at any sort of shorter price. She's going to be a little bit more of a price today, but Chad Brown couldn't succeed. Well, Walden couldn't get her to win. Even felt like in the off-the-turf race last time, she should have won when she hit the front and she got run down. So just a little bit tough to take. Now, she has been closing from off of it when on the turf. She always kind of hits the board, but not necessarily one you'd love as a win candidate.
7-2 right now. Let's go back to Sassetti. Blinkers will go on for the first time today, and Ruben Silvera on the gray here in the foreground.
And Ruben is an aggressive rider with the addition of the blinkers, 2 back. She was forward. She has some tactical speed. There's not much speed signed on in here. Sometimes we see Night Jasmine be a little bit more forward, but she's unreliable. So I was hoping that Ruben is aggressive and uses that speed, puts her on the front end, or at least more forward, and she has a bit of a tactical advantage in some of her main competition.
I agree with you that she's supposed to be the speed. I think that's a good point with her, and Ruben is not a rider to get in this horse's way, and maybe the speed could help her improve her chances in here. Bit of a price if you like her, and you do.
Well, let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for the first time. We just saw off camera Starship Pegasus warming up on the dirt. I don't think they're going to move this one to the dirt anytime with what we saw. What are your thoughts on the favor right now?
No, as they shouldn't. But looking at number 2, she really caught my eye here in the paddock. Starship Pegasus, very good-looking filly, and in fact, I think a bit more settled than what we've seen from her in the past, at least in both of her Saratoga efforts, which is usually the case here at Aqueduct. Horses are just far more settled. But like you said, Greg, maybe she could have shown a little bit more kind of cadence and suspension in that warm-up on the main track, and that kind of pushed me over to a horse that I have been a fan of in her brief career so far. That's number 1, Amazing Gracer. I thought she ran well last time. Yes, overall I agree with Andy that Starship Pegasus had the tougher trip. She did encounter a little bit of trouble early on, Amazing Gracer, when steadying back and losing some vital position early on, but otherwise mostly saving ground, was able to split horses and showed an element of bravery to split those horses in only her second start. So definitely took a step forward as far as from a professionalism standpoint. And again, she looks fantastic here. She had moved forward from first to second start from a fitness perspective, and looking at much the same filly here yet again. Moving on to number 4, Sassetti, the other Bond horse. This one for Dad Jimmy though. And I agree with Acacia. A lot of times you'll see speed inflected when turning a horse back and then stretching them back out in distance. So the thing is, though, sharp today, you know. In the past, I've seen her be a bit more aggressive in the prelims, and she's actually quite quiet compared to what I've seen from her in the past. But again, those blinkers going on, just a shortcut cheater blinker for her today. As number 6, Off Script. Not my type of horse, right? But she has only had the 2 turf efforts, and arguably there may be some of her better efforts to date. The one thing I've noticed as Amelia Green is taking over training with her is that she is so much more settled today. And, you know, last time she had shipped from Saratoga back to Kentucky and then back up here to New York, and she was nervous. She was a bit washy. She got very headstrong and virtually ran off in the post parade. And today she has not displayed any of that. In fact, she melted into Jamie Rodriguez's hands in the warm-up. So I think that could potentially be a positive sign for a filly who I've observed just be that nervous type. So by far the most relaxed and settled that I've seen from Off Script in some of her, you know, compared to some of her previous efforts. So we'll see if that has any bearing on how she performs today, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. 5-2, second choice right now. Meanwhile, well, we've noticed the boarded public is now all over Starship Pegasus.
I mean, she was 2-1. She has gone down to 8-5. I do think she's very much worth speed, and for what it's worth, first person I saw was Michelle Nevin today.
Oh,
so
that's a good angle.
It is a terrific angle.
Yeah,
It is.
I told Michelle I'll try not to drag you down too much in the first. Apparently, I'm not the only one dragging her down here. This horse, in my opinion, ran very, very well last time, given the wide trip. And actually, I thought showed some real promise first time out. And I just think today is the day she's supposed to get it done, though I'm not running to take 8-5 on her. That seems to be a little bit on the short side.
Pick 5 pool up and over $165,000. So we get set to kick things off here momentarily. Big Saturday coming up. We're going to have Bank Frenzy. And, of course, I'm really excited about the 3-year-old Iron Dome tackling older horses.
No, that's a very interesting matchup, and I don't think you should leave Doc Sullivan out of that argument as well. See if he can be as effective going long. He's run well going long, but Iron Dome has really come to hand for Steve Asmussen.
He's took a little bit of time to get going, and it seemed like once they got him back to the 2 turns and he figured things out. He's been exceptional in his last few races. I thought actually ran very well in the Oklahoma Derby behind Bracket Buster too, who had run second to Sovereignty this summer. So certainly flattered there. I'm with you though on Doc Sullivan. I've become such a fan of him. I do think he's better at the one-turn races.
I agree.
But he's handled a mile and an eighth before. He finished second in the Albany last year too.
To Pandegate, who was very good at that time. I mean, obviously he's had some issues, but he was very good as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, he's getting some time, and hopefully we'll see him back soon. But
Hope
yeah,
so.
I think that's just it's a great kind of matchup of some tough and then up and coming New York Reds.
And I mean, it's Bank Frenzy. Rudy has done a sensational job with him. He's always tough. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to the whole day. It's a fun celebration of the New York Reds.
So we have that coming up for you tomorrow. We hope you join us on Saturday for that program. They step onto the turf course as we get set to kick off our first live race of this Friday afternoon. Again, New York Bred maiden special weight, mile and a 16th, 9-5 favorite. Starship Pegasus, Michelle Nevin with Javier Castellano. There's the favorite. Will the third time be the charm? Amazing Gracer to the rail for the Kevin Bond barn. Dad James Bond with Sassetti, the 4, interesting as well. And then off script, Amelia Green, third behind Amazing Gracer, who ran second that day back on August 24th at Saratoga. So a lot of this group, they know each other well. Chris Griffin to kick off the pick 5 and this Friday card from Belmont at the Big A.
Amazing Gracer's in. Starship Pegasus. Night Jasmine. Next to move in. Sassetti. Cat Stormy. Off script. And last to load, Fire Agate to the outside. Goes in. All set for the opener. And they're off. Sassetti gets the first call from in between horses. Their Starship Pegasus engaged towards the inside, will get the rail. And now Starship Pegasus with a head in front. Sassetti is content now to stalk from second. Gonna let that leader press on. Night Jasmine is at the rail for Santana Jr. is in third. Sharing that spot here with off script. It's going to be a wide run here. Fire Agate has taken 5th, but it is wide. The 2 trailers, Amazing Gracer and Cat Stormy. Tightly bunched as they work to the backstretch here, and they went 24 seconds flat. For the opening quarter mile, Starship Pegasus here moving nicely, is up by a half length. Sassetti still stalking from second. Here comes a run from Fire Agate and Dylan Davis center of the course from third. Night Jasmine is at the rail, is reclaimed 4th. With back to 5th is off script and Jamie Rodriguez. The 2 at the back, Amazing Gracer and Cat Stormy. Well, at the backstretch now, 48 and 4 for a half-mile time. Starship Pegasus, Javier Castellano trying to take them all the way. Sassetti ready for the cue towards the outside here from second. Fire Agate still wide in third. Night Jasmine is still shoved along here at the rail, wants to keep up, and there comes the run from off script from in between horses. Now splits rivals, and off script is taken third. The front 2 start to get away from the rest. 1:12 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile, and Starship Pegasus is now kicking for home. Drifts off the rail, but Starship Pegasus is still holding off the charge from Sassetti. Starship Pegasus is trying to take them all the way and is still up by a length and a half, almost 2. Here comes a run from Amazing Gracer, who's moving through to the inside, and late run here off script. A 16th left to go. Starship Pegasus is almost there. Starship Pegasus wins the opener. Tight here for second. Amazing Gracer to the inside of off script. Sassetti finished 4th. 1 minute 42.25 seconds.
Starship Pegasus, Javier Castellano forward with this filly, and it made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, the things that made the difference here, Acacia, were, as you said right away to me, this horse broke today.
Yeah.
But also getting an inside post. So breaking the inside post once Javier went the lead in the horse was not 2-1. This horse was 4-5.
No, absolutely. She's had the outside post the last couple of times. She was on the inside, and she just got out of the gate sharper today. She's really improved with each race, and Javier was very smart that he was aggressive and put her on the front end. And Ruben Silvera was kind of stuck on the Forzasetti and not wanting to get in a pace duel. He ended up kind of stalking, and she just wasn't good enough in here. Starship Pegasus was the best horse, and she had the best trip as well.
Yes, she did, and it looks like the 6 off script got the bob for second as well in here, but the best horse won the race.
2-6, 1-4, 2-1 over 5-2 over 2-1. Formful opener to kick things off. And nice tactical move from Javier Castellano. Helped that the filly broke a lot better as well. And able to lead every step of the way for the win and get that maiden breaking win. Start number 3, Michelle Nevenbart, Starship Stables. And Javi.
Well, it's that first trainer you see or first person you see worked out. It helps when they're 2-1 shots to get perfect trips as well. And listen, I can't say enough good about Michelle. I think she's just an exceptional, I don't think she is, I know she is.
She really is.
Exceptional trainer. And a person of few words, to say the least.
But let the results speak for themselves. As mentioned, I mean, this horse is the half-sister to Bar of Gold, Spirit of St. Louis. Grade 1 winners in the family, and another strong New York bred pedigree.
She's worth a lot of money as a broodmare, frankly. They paid $200,000 for her. Now she's broken her maiden. She's probably worth it.
Yep.
Maybe more than that when
Yep.
you consider. And, you know, keep in mind, they bought her last March. Well, it was kind of before Spirit of St. Louis did as much, you know, big winning. But
before
Bar of
Derby
Gold had
weekend,
done,
yeah.
but before he won those grade 1s. So, you know, they've got a very, very valuable racehorse here.
Huge fan of her brother. Spirit of St. Louis, very fun one. Starship Pegasus wins as the favorite. We'll have prices when we come back. Actually, was slights. Oh no, it was the favorite. We'll be back right after this. Underway with our Friday card. We'll set up the second when we come back, and we'll talk Breeders' Cup. Juvenile fillies, Todd Pletcher, Tommy Joe will go with a perfect record, but there's a blemish on that record into the Breeders' Cup. Danny Gargan and the New York bred Iron Orchard. Can she contend? She looked impressive winning a Grade 1 company in the Frizette.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage. Card underway. We'll give you the prices from the opener just a moment. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Javier Castellano wins for Michelle Nevin, Starship Stables on the front end.
Look how happy he is going to the winner's circle with Michelle, as he should be. Good job getting out of the gate, going to the front, bossing the field around the track.
$6.34 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And here with winning trainer Michelle Nevin. And Michelle, a lot of pedigree that Starship Pegasus has to live up to, but she responded so well today, very settled, and finally drew an inside post.
Yeah, we've had a couple of rough trips, but today we had the right post. Javier gave her a great ride. It all worked out.
She looked exceptional too. Is this, and we saw it from the family. You think of Bar Gold, you think of Spirit St. Louis. They have just gotten better with Asian experience.
Yeah, and I think she's the same. Her first run or two, even though she ran great, a little bit lost in patches, going around there. But today she was very professional, and it's, she's a filly that's improving.
Now, we'll see you well represented tomorrow with Dancing Buck. He's third off of that long layoff. I thought ran well, kind of sneaky well last time in what was a tough race. Those open graded stakes turf sprinters. Now back with the New York breds. What do you expect to see from him?
I mean, he's such a cool horse. He's going to give us a good effort. He always tries. And, he's in there with some of the same fellas he runs with anyway, But I think, third time's a charm.
Do you think they get in the paddock and say, hey, what's up? Nice to see you again.
I do think they do that.
That's what's great about the New York breds. Well, Michelle, congratulations here with the New York bred, and best of luck with yours tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle Nevin kicking off the day with a winner, Starship Pegasus. Coast to coast, as they say, Greg, and breaks are maiden.
Yeah, we'll see Dancing Buck for Michelle Nevin tomorrow, race 3 in that New York Turf Sprint Championship. It's won over $540,000 sprinting on the lawn. Up next, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Of course, Spendthrift with 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Derby, Belmont Stakes winner, and Travers winner Sovereignty. 6.5 furlongs. New York bred maiden special weight and a short price on the expensive first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, Pantherian.
Yeah, Acacia and I talked about this horse quite a bit. We'll probably show the 2-year-old sales work. It's a lot of money to spend for this one, but the pedigree is funny, right, Acacia? It's kind of more turfy.
It is, interestingly enough. We looked very carefully at this horse at the sale, being a New York bred, and he's the half-brother to a horse I know well, and Big Prankster, who, while he never actually won on the turf, I know Christoph, my father-in-law, always thought he was more of a turf horse. He's also the half-brother to a Aperitif, who Lizzie Merriman trains and has turned into a decent turf sprinter. So while horses are able to handle both surfaces in the family, it does certainly lean, I think, a little bit more better turf form altogether. So maybe a plus that Todd Pletcher does debut this horse on the dirt, but a lot of money for the New York bred. Worked very fast in 20-3, though a little bit erratic in that workout. But it is by Vacoma, who's probably one of the hottest young stallions around right now.
All right, we'll get a look at that one with the debut coming up in just a little bit. We're approaching the 20-minute mark to post. We're going to talk Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. It looked like Tommy Joe was on her way to favoritism, and then the Alcibiades happened.
Yeah, she's a tough horse to bet up that race. First of all, Percy's Bar ran a better race. Whether you feel like the disqualification was a legitimate disqualification, I probably would have left it up, but I don't think they made a bad call. I'll put it that way. But do you really think Tommy Joe? Richie thinks Tommy Joe was going to beat her. I don't.
I don't either. I thought it was a foul, and I could understand the disqualification because she was bumped right there at a pivotal moment in the race. That being said, I thought she was second best to Percy's Bar, who ran very well. And Percy's Bar finished second in the spinaway, by the way. She's no slouch. She's a talented horse in her own right. Tommy Joe, I do wonder if she really gets better with distance, and maybe that was exposed a little bit in the Alcibiades last time out. She seems to be training well up in Saratoga, but I do have some questions about her. I have some questions about the whole Juvenile fillies field.
I agree. I have a feeling that it may be a Bob Baffert party in this race. He's got a couple of very live horses.
Still, she will go, even though she did not cross the wire first, moved up to first via DQ, and now she's a perfect 3 for 3 heading into that race. Maybe the experience of having gone 2 turns could help and could take a step forward again. We will see.
Maybe she had a bad day. I'm not going to take a horse off that race as their last prep, but I may be wrong about it. I did not like the race. I prefer the Baffert horses in this race. And frankly, it is not one of the most talent-laden two-year juvenile fillies, at least as of now.
It seems to be that the 2-year-old colts are far ahead of
I
the
agree.
fillies, at least on the dirt.
Even the ones in the Breeders' Cup and the ones coming in the Remsen.
Yes.
Todd Pletcher in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Crazy he's never won this race.
Wow.
Absolutely.
A
That's
lot of seconds.
astounding that
Wow.
he's never won this race. And there's some pretty good horses in there. Dreaming of Julia was very good. Octave, Ashado, obviously. Amazing that Todd has never won because he's had so many good 2-year-olds over the years.
Here he is on Tommy Joe.
I don't think it was her best race. I think she got a little bit headstrong in the first turn. She was kind of in between horses. Johnny finally got her to settle. Looked like she was in a pretty good battle with the other filly. She got knocked sideways. I mean, I think there was no doubt that she was interfered with. Whether she was going to get there on her own, I'm not 100% sure. So I think she's better than that. I think she's trained well since then. I look for an improved effort this time.
What has she shown you to give you the encouragement that she will take a step forward?
I like the way physically she came out of the race. She's holding her weight really well. She's pretty ambitious in her daily training. She wants to do a little more in her gallops than we'd like for her to do, but I thought her breeze was quite good. And again, she's another one who gallops out like she's going to improve and will handle the distance. So I think with that 2-turn race under her belt, that's going to help her move forward.
Meanwhile, there's another undefeated runner in this field who has crossed the wire first in all 3 of those starts. That's the New York bred filly Iron Orchard. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, she'll have to answer the 2-turn test for the first time, but I thought she answered the question of can she rate with that that Frisette win, and she responded beautifully. Honestly, I was impressed with what I saw from Iron Orchard in winning this race and getting up with the victory. Now, yes, they went pretty quick, but she was a filly that kind of presented herself in her 2 Saratoga starts as almost being a runoff type, where you saw Joel Rosario just kind of sitting perched on her, not wanting to grab her, because if he did, she might really grab the bit back and take off with him. And while she was 3 wide the entire way, she kind of has that weird head carriage where she tilts it to the inside, but still, she leveled off nicely down the stretch, and I thought it was a really good step up for her and Danny Gargan and Connections, striking while the iron's hot when it comes to selling her, as she was entered in that flash Fasig-Tipton digital sale and sold for $2.5 million heading in to this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Greg.
That is a pretty penny off. I mean, exciting. Undefeated New York bred filly, and the way she did it was exciting too, showing a new dimension.
I agree. I thought that was the best part of it, is that Danny changed things up and rated her, and she still responded with a win. And I think she has to be respected from that. She's far from out of it in the race. I believe the $2.5 million was an RNA number. She did sell, but I think that was the minimum that she would have sold for. And I'm not going to blame the Connections for taking the money. They bought her for $500,000. She made about $500,000. Now they took $2.5 million. I'm not going to knock them for taking the money off the table.
And I will say, she has improved immensely in every single start, even just in the way that she's mentally and physically developed. And so we'll see if she can take another step forward at that right time. But as Maggie said, she does have yet another question to answer. She was able to handle the mile. She was able to rate. Now can she do it going the 2 turns?
I think
Most exciting New York bred headed to the Breeders' Cup. Who is it for you?
I mean, I think both she and Rhetorical are both horses with a chance. I'll be honest with you, I think that she's a much more likely winner than Rhetorical. That's not Rhetorical's probably going to be 10-1, and she's probably going to be 5 or 6-1. So she is a more likely winner. If somebody said to me, which one of them is going to win, I think Iron Orchard's a heavy favorite to be that one.
I would agree with that for sure. They've
Not as
both
tough
been
a
very
field.
good, and it's obviously really cool when you get a chance to see those New York breds be successful in Grade 1 company.
Earn your chance to get to the Breeders' Cup in 2026, 2027, win an all-inclusive VIP trip at Keeneland and Belmont Park in 2027.
I hope I can get seats for the Belmont one.
At
Strings.
BreedersCup.com. They're a hot commodity. 14 minutes away. Race 2. In the 6.5 furlong sprint, $750,000. Son of Vacoma making his debut coming up. That's Pantherian. For Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, Joel Rosario will ride the debut. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Friday and Saturday night on America's Day at the Races, special team coverage for the Breeders' Crown, the year-end championship series from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Harness action Friday night, 8 Eastern, and Saturday, 7:30 Eastern on FS2. Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
They come for home now, and it's Amy's Mesa on the outside. Karina Muir coming with a big run. Bar of Gold with a late run. Bar of Gold on the outside. Amy's Mesa between them. Amy's Mesa, Bar of Gold. Bar of Gold gets up Amy's Mesa.
66-1 upset for this New York-bred filly in the 2017 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint that was set up a year earlier with a win on Empire Showcase Day in the distaff.
It was a very cool horse. She actually ran, I think, the biggest figure she ever ran, maybe on the turf.
She was actually a good turf horse.
Yeah.
And actually a lot of horses in the family are turf. We kind of
evidenced by the
set it
first
up
winner.
perfectly, as the first winner was Starship Pegasus, the half-sister to this mare. And yeah, she was really cool. She's been, not only has good siblings, but she's been a very good producer as well.
I bet Karina Mia was third.
Correct you.
What?
109 buyer in the Empire distaff.
All right.
On a wet track. That was actually
Wow.
the biggest figure she ran. That was huge.
Wow, that is amazing.
How about that?
And I was wrong. She did not run a 105 on the turf. I thought she had. I was totally wrong. She ran a 96.
Still pretty good.
She was a really good horse.
4-5 favorite in this second coming up. Again, the first-time starter. There is Pantherian. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, some interesting first-time starters here, and we'll begin with that Todd Pletcher trainee and number 6 Pantherian, as selling for $750,000 after working the 20 and 3. He wasn't asked for that much. It does have a massive, very Vacoma-esque stride to him. Didn't want to switch leads. Definitely lingered on that inside lead throughout, but you know, it's March. And he wasn't even 2, technically speaking, so I can forgive him for that. But comes in here, he's been professional, he's incredibly athletic looking. Oh, I nearly jinxed him there. But just of the first-time starters, by far and away, looks the most fit in here. I mean, you can just see every muscle highlighted, very well defined. I was able to watch some of his early breezes up in Saratoga on XBTV, and it's kind of like Todd was trying to keep a lid on this horse, and I watched the one breeze where he was with a overmatched rival where he wanted to do more. The exercise rider planted his hands, but at the wire let him go on, and he really galloped out nicely. So hinting at some ability there for this New York bred. Steve Asmussen ships in a New York bred, son of Yalpon, looks a lot like his sire. It was Whiskey Point, and he's been really professional. I mean, he came in with a bit of swagger to him, like he's been here, done that before, and he obviously hasn't. He's been in Kentucky for the majority of his life so far, despite being bred here. But well-muscled, looks quick, whereas Pantherian is probably quick, doesn't have that quote-unquote sprinter frame, whereas Whiskey Point does. And he does occupy that outside post. And typically speaking, Steve Asmussen's 2-year-olds do have a lot of gate speed. So look for this guy to be forwardly placed here, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Quickly, remind everyone playing this afternoon with Naira Bets, you can get a 10% bonus on win bets at Keeneland. Got to opt in to take advantage at NairaBets.com. Good luck. So post-parade coming up momentarily, and the public going with Todd Pletcher and the expensive 2-year-old, ready to make this debut at this short price for the debut with 2 Rosario.
Yeah, listen, taking a ton of money, not surprising given that. Maggie had obviously good things to say about this one. Not going to be surprised when he beats this field. I'm trying the one, Sir Walter. I like horse with experience and has speed down the inside. But I'm not going to be surprised if the first wins, and probably this one over Whiskey Point. But Whiskey Point shouldn't be totally ignored.
Whiskey Point, a little interesting to the outside, is he's a horse that was breezing up in Saratoga, and he did miss some time, so clearly had a little issue, had to stop on him, and then went to Turfway. There actually is turf and synthetic on the bottom side, but certainly we've seen the Yopons be very effective on any surface.
Well, Andy said he likes the one. This one should be in front. Turf sprint speed, back to dirt where this one debuted at Saratoga.
Yeah, I'm just hoping this horse shows some speed. Comes out of a very tough race first time out in the dirt and was taking one with experience. That's
Javier will look for the early double. Winston D on the 2.
Not much pedigree on the bottom side to speak of. Melanie Giddings can have a 2-year-old. Be ready.
18-1 Classic Commander.
Yeah, Gary with a big long shot winner the other day for my man Steve Bick. Probably not this one, though.
Rob Falcone Jr., King Pharaoh.
By King for a day. Also not a ton on the bottom side. Has been training with some stamina workouts.
Waymo, some issues out of the gate in the dirt debut.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't really run that badly in there, though I thought she was kind of picking up pieces, and the one did more of the dirty work.
Pantherian, the firster, went by 3-5.
That fast sales workout we talked about, he's an incredibly good-looking individual by Vacoma.
Kaz Dominator went by. Didn't take much money first out. Here's Combat Mission.
Horse that did show improved speed last time out for John Kimmel. 3rd start for him.
And the band back together again. Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr. Whiskey Point debuts.
Yeah, you know, you're talking about this one going to Turfway, and you and I talked about this a little earlier today. My guess is that, you know, Sus trained at Saratoga middle of September. It's probably when Steve pulled up roots there, and he doesn't have a few horses in New York, but he probably was sort of going where he was or where he had more horses and brought the New York bred back because the horse is ready to go.
Pick 4 coming up. Let's go back to the speedy Sir Walter from the rail. What'd you like here?
I just hope this horse had speed. I mean, listen, either of the firsters could have speed, which will make things difficult. They may just be better horses, but I didn't think this horse ran that badly first time out. Took a lot of pressure in a fast-paced race, and these are the kind of horses I often like going forward. This might, though, be an unusually tough race with the presence, particularly the 6, but even the 9.
8-1 right now. Again, rider change. Javier Castellano and took the opener. See if he can add the early double here. As we take a look at Combat Mission, start number 3 coming up, who was forwardly placed in that second start here at Belmont at Aqueduct back on September 28th.
Yeah, horse, like I said, did show improved speed. Has had the rail in both of his starts, as he's not the quickest immediately from the gate. Oh, and there he goes, starting to be a little green again. At first I looked down and said, oh, he's gray, he must be a Tappet, but he's my combatant. But I saw him first time out where he was quite green prior to his race and a little bit difficult to handle. But I think being from the rail for a very big horse and one that maybe lacks a little bit of focus, not the easiest because he doesn't get out as quick, and then Kendrick has to kind of rush him up into the race. I'm wondering being a drawn outside will actually benefit him.
He's an awful, well, 7-1. I mean, I guess maybe. I don't. I haven't loved his races. I thought he did run better last time out, though, than first time, where at least he showed more speed. Just preferred others.
7-1 right now. Let's go back to Maggie.
Okay, taking a look here at number 1, Sir Walta is the speed on the rail. Not acting like speed, though, today. Whereas in his previous effort, at least the one last time, he was incredibly sharp in the paddock and especially out on the racetrack. Is a little bit more settled today. Not to say that they're going to change things, obviously, from that rail position, but just a horse that either is just mentally maturing a bit here or isn't quite as sharp as you would like to see a horse with those running lines. Number 3, Classic Commander, another first-time starter, does come in here with some quick workouts, at least his last 2 being of such here for Gary Siaka. So that kind of caught my eye. Now, he's the son of Classic Empire, who can get a firster to win, but on the bottom side, predominantly turf overall. Is a good size, is pretty good looking. Wish I saw a little bit more freedom in his warm-up. He may have been just being a bit green and they opted to kind of keep him with the pony. Those works caught my eye. He isn't taking an abundance of money, but I don't think these connections necessarily would in a spot like this. Number 5, Whammo, another son of Yalpon here, really caught my eye walking in, and I can't say that he had before, especially I covered his first race when unfortunately he was eased and pulled up. Clearly did not like the turf. I could see that. He does look much more like a dirt horse overall, but has just done well since then. I mean, has filled out, has grown, and if he can build upon his effort last time out, maybe there's a chance that he can pick up some of the pieces here. I thought he was wide chasing, and he just kind of stayed on evenly. I wonder that despite him being a Yalpon, if he's a horse that might appreciate just a little bit more ground, kind of getting out to maybe a 1-turn mile eventually, he might find his best stride. And then taking a look at number 8, Combat Mission, I've thought the same thing about him based upon his physical makeup, but with his last race in mind, I don't know if that's the case, because Kendrick seemed very intent on getting the lead in what was a pretty quick pace, actually. And before that, in his first race, he capitalized on closing into a fast pace that came back to him and was set by Sir Walta that day. But Combat Mission, he just continues to not mature mentally. He's just a goofball. And as one of my favorite vets always told me, Gray, it's not a color, Maggie. It's a disease. Greg?
Ouch.
Wow, I've not heard that before.
I would largely agree. My OTTB is Gray, and I might be biased, but he's an angel. He's the only one that I have actually been around as a Gray horse that actually has some focus. Because most of them, especially when they're younger, you often hear it with Tappets in general. It's kind of that line as well, that they're looking around at everything. They lack maturity oftentimes as well. And it's just a little bit of the typical that runs in that line for whatever it is. It's like you hear about the hot chestnut mares that are going to be a little bit spicier. Horse coloring has a lot more, especially in the old racing adages, than people realize.
Really?
Yeah. And chestnuts can become grays as they get older, so it's all the same. Yes.
I have a question about that. You look at a foal, and is there a lot to the idea that if the horse looks more like the father, more traits from the father, looks more like the mother, more traits from the mother? Is that the general feeling?
Especially if it's a stallion that typically does mark their horses and stamp them. If you see a stallion that typically their offspring always looks like them, and this particular horse looks like the dam side, you're maybe a little bit concerned.
We had a very rare albino horse run at Saratoga, 3 years ago?
Yeah. Was Dylan? Was that the horse's name?
Yeah, yeah. I feel like there's like one of those every bunch of years. Not every year, though, right? A totally white horse. A lot of them just get that way, and you see them. I remember seeing Holy Bull. I have a picture on my phone.
As they get older, they get so much lighter.
About 10 years ago, he was at Darley. He wasn't standing anymore, and he was white and grizzly.
Let's go back to Maggie real quick.
Yeah, it's a stallion that Jan Derschmidt, I believe, stood that through those foals. They were trained by Dominic Scatino. I think his name was Colorful Apache, and he had that rare gene that produced either albino or paint horses. So, yes, they are incredibly rare, and you do not typically see them.
Mig is incredibly jealous right now.
I tell you, I hope he's not listening to the show. I really do.
I mean,
That's
he
usually
he
his
loves
line.
to bring up the Derschmidts and the job
He
they do.
does.
4-5 favorite right now. Pantherian, first-time starter of the 6 for Todd Pletcher, Windstar Farm. Joel Rosario rides. Let's see how this first start goes for this expensive son of a coma. Chris Griffin, the call.
Next will be Classic Commander. King Pharaoh. Whiskey Point to the outside. King Pharaoh. Whiskey Point. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Kaz Dominator has speed, and so does Sir Walta at the rail. Sir Walta now with the head in front, and here comes a new challenge from King Pharaoh from in between horses. Also right there comes Wemo. They're lined up across the racetrack here. Pantherian is up there in the early mix too, and here comes Sir Walta back in between horses. Wemo and a 3-wide run from Pantherian. Just off of them is going to be King Pharaoh, who's alone in 4th. That might be the spot to be because they went 21-4 and ripped through that opening quarter mile. They've got 4 furlongs left to go, and the front 3 go at it. Under a drive there, Combat Mission is back in 5th. Here comes Kaz Dominator, who's trying to rally on. It's far, far back to Winston D. Winston D there with Sir Walta, or Whiskey Point in the trailer. Classic Commander. They're well into the turn, and Sir Walta's backed out of it. The leader to the inside is Wemo, right to the outside Pantherian. The front 2 still shoulder to shoulder. Can they keep up this torrid pace? 44-4 as they reach the top of the stretch. Wemo to the inside has got a nose advantage. Pantherian, very green. King Pharaoh is trying to collect these rivals, is not making up the ground. The front 2 have a furlong left to go, and they are still head and head battling it out. To the inside, it's Wemo. To the outside, Pantherian. King Pharaoh straightens up, but still has ground to make up. The front 2 down the line, give it to Wemo. Wemo wins that stretch long battle over Pantherian. Then came King Pharaoh and Combat Mission. 1 minute 16.77 seconds.
Whammo out-dueling this odds-on first-time starter. Maggie pointed this one out. Looks sharp warming up. Mike Makerbarn continues to be red hot.
Scary how these horses are running for Maker right now. This horse broke better than last time out where it did get left, but is between horses in a wicked fast pace against a heavily bet firster that actually ran very well and still prevailed. Wow.
It looked like at this point, the 6 Pantherian, who was the heavily 3-5 bet favorite first-time starter, was just going to go right on by. And then on the inside, Whammo digs in and starts to come back. We saw Mike Maker with a 3-win day yesterday, picking up another win here. Not an easy thing to do for a horse to come back on the inside as well, and one that certainly benefited switching to the main track.
Wow. Well, this horse's last race not that bad.
Nope.
I mean, I didn't like this horse, but the last race wasn't that bad with a bad start there. But it's amazing how this horse won. You know, it's one thing if the horse got loose or there was a big pace duel and the horse picked it up. This horse is dueling in a fast pace between horses.
Inquiry sign is up.
Well, we'll have to take a look at the head-on.
Yeah.
Well, Rosario, not an easy guy
Katie
to
Davis
outride
does
stretch.
go to a left-handed crop in the stretch. We'll take a look if the 5 came out at all when we get a look at this head-on here momentarily.
Yep. Usually tell pretty quickly. One thing I like is the stewards are cracking down and herding. You know, we saw it in that DQ we talked about in the stewards review from last week, and they have really, and the herding has diminished greatly around here.
And no matter what,
The
if
panel
there,
shows
there
nothing.
is something, if there is something to see, we appreciate the inquiry sign up that we know that they're looking at it and that we know that they're taking a look to see what took place in the race.
Yeah, and I think you have to. People realize you can see a pan where you think something happened, and nothing happened. You can see a pan where you don't think anything happened, and something really did happen. But once again, we'll wait until we get that up.
All right, so we'll get that momentarily. We have an opportunity to see it off screen, but we'll wait. Does not look great for the 5.
No.
From the initial
No.
look-see here.
Given the narrow margin of victory, hopefully we can get that head-on up here in a second.
5, 6, 4, 8, by the way, as you see unofficially. And
we're watching on another screen, just so people know. And we will get that up as soon as we can.
9-1 on Whammo. 3-5 Pantherian. And a pretty good chance. Let's take a look here that this 5 may be coming down. Here it is. So the 5 on the inside, white blinkers, yellow cap, 6 to the outside.
And also the left-handed crop, and Joel's allowed to maintain his position. Comes out, mild contact there, but the herding is really going to come right in here. It's going to drift out significantly coming up. Right.
It's right there. Yep, right there in the final stages. And it was very tight down to the wire, so the 5 does push the 6 out several paths in the stretch.
And if you're Todd Pletcher, who got disqualified on the other end of this, a week and a half of the 17th, a week ago today, if you're Todd Pletcher, you're saying to the stewards, well, if you took me down last week, you got to put me up here, and I'm sure that's going through his mind now, and it should be.
This seems pretty cut and dry, doesn't it?
It certainly does, because, like Andy said, the first time Joel's maintaining his position on the 6 on the outside, then the second drift, we are going to see both of them move several paths, and it's very tight margin.
And also, when I'm talking with Victor Escobar, our steward, on the Stewards Review yesterday, where there was really contact, and there's some contact here too, he said it doesn't have to be contact, which I agree with, because you can intimidate by herding, and herding is dangerous. And I think that's the important thing about cracking down on it, because we've seen horses' legs get tangled up, and you don't want to see that.
And
go ahead.
I was just going to say, should note too, it's just an inquiry. I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've seen Joel Rosario claim foul.
I think once.
Yeah.
In the entire time I've seen him here, he claimed once.
Rarely, if ever, claims foul. So just the stewards inquiry.
There's Katie Davis. The horse Katie was on, Whammo, your eventual winner, was already starting to lean in, and then she still went left-handed. And then that resulted in carrying out Pantherian even further. So
Katie has the look of somebody who's thinking, I'm coming down. And, listen, I don't, right. It's not, it's here and it's. The other thing is going left. Well, there wasn't a lot of room between them, and they came down.
Yep.
It made a change.
Disqualification.
As they should have.
Change made. Seemed like an easy call, and it has been changed. 6, 5, 4, 8. New order of finish. Pantherian debut. Winning one after the DQ. Whammo plays second. Prices when we come back.
$6,600,000 bid now $650,000 $650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
Back with you. I said two-part series. They've got a three-part series today because tonight it is the Breeders' Crown, 8 to 11 on Fox Sports 2. Over Friday and Saturday, 12 championship races, over 7 million in purses. Andy cannot stop talking to me about Bojangles, who's undefeated, who we're going to see tonight.
I can't wait. What time is this? I hope I can make sure I see this. What time is this race? Can't find. It's the 9th race today. It's not Mr. Bojangles, it's just Bo. Oh, my God.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
There's 11 for 11.
Very good horse.
Holy cow. You know what's amazing about this horse?
This horse
has won 4 times at 5 cents the dollar. I mean,
It's incredible.
Wow.
It's a really
You don't want to
good
miss
horse.
it.
I am watching this guy. Bojangles in the 9th.
Yep,
Oh, my
that is
God.
coming up tonight. That's going to be fun to watch. Part of our two-night series tonight. That starts again at 8 Eastern. We had a DQ. Warranted. And this one put up. First-time starter Pantherian at odds on. The little assist for the win. Todd Pletcher, WinStar Farm, Joel Rosario.
And I'm glad to see that the stewards have gotten on board with understanding what herding means. For too many years, we let them get away with herding, and I don't blame the riders. The riders are going to do what the stewards let them do. Their job is to win races for the bettors, the owners, the trainers. They're trying to win. And if the stewards are going to let them get away with something, then it's another tool in their box. But the stewards are cracking down on this. And I remember Javier heard it a lot here. He went up to Canada and he won a $500,000 race in Northern Dancer. And he did exactly what he does here all the time, got away with it, except they took him down.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I know the Ortiz brothers got a little education in herding from Mike Smith a few summers in Saratoga.
Mike Smith
specifically
does
Jose
know how to
Ortiz.
herd. Jose is not was never a big herder. Irad herded, used to herd a lot. But I never thought Jose was a big herder. But listen, I don't
No, I'm
knock-
saying Mike Smith herded him.
Oh, Mike
in
knows.
some big on a late.
A late, yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I'm still annoyed that she didn't get put up 5-1.
Race 3, by
Thanks
the
for
way.
bringing that up, Greg.
You can watch that on the Naira Bets app. We're going to be back at 4 Eastern till 5:30, part 2 of our coverage on Fox Sports 2. So we will see you then. And again tonight, that coverage of the Breeders' Crown from Woodbine Mohawk. So join us for both of those. We'll see you in a couple of hours. Hope you enjoyed this brief initial stint. We'll be back soon in the opening race of the card. It was Starship Pegasus. Broke a lot better, sharper early, gate to wire under Javier Castellano for Michelle Nevin. Third time the charm to break her maiden, and Pantherian. Little drama in race 2. Disqualification of Whammo. And the first-time starter, the expensive son of Vacoma, put up to victory. First time out for the Todd Pletcher Barn and WinStar Farm. We'll see you at 4 Eastern.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com.
Does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's third race. Race 3, 7 minutes away. Today's third, start of a mandatory pay pick 5. Race 3, 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 3. Post time for today's third. Start of a mandatory pay pick 5. Right after this will be today's fourth race. Start of the pick 6, carry over 10,191 this afternoon. That starts in race 4. Horses are at the gate and set to load. Sheriff Bianco goes in. Mr. Papa Giorgio. Noted. Top Gun Rocket. Pentathlon. Winstock. Winstock stepping forward. Winstock goes in. Donegal surges. Donegal surges. All set. And they're off. Mr. Papa Giorgio right out towards the front, and Noted joins that early leader too. They're going to be 1-2, and Pentathlon's just off of them with at the rail Sheriff Bianco a close up fourth. Donegal Surges starts to move forward from the far outside, and the 2 at the back, Top Gun Rocket with Winstock. They come out of the chute, tightly bunched on the front end, as Noted has a nose in front. Mr. Papa Giorgio holds that rail position. Sheriff Bianco is just behind them, drafting in third. Pentathlon moving nicely for Rosario is in fourth. Out wider, Donegal Surges in fifth. Then behind that leading group comes Top Gun Rocket just at the tail end of the leading pack, and the lone trailer, Winstock, 23 seconds flat. For that opening quarter mile, some pressure on the front end here as they're head and head as they work to a half mile left to go. To the inside, Mr. Papa Giorgio. To the outside, and Noted. Pentathlon now looming up on the outside, and here comes Pentathlon. 45.44 for a half mile time. Sheriff Bianco is at the rail, is a patiently ridden fourth now, is scrubbed along here, just trying to get up to these leaders as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Also, Top Gun Rocket has made up a lot of ground, and here comes Top Gun Rocket to the outside. They reach the top of the stretch. Noted, and Mr. Papa Giorgio still duke it out. Sheriff Bianco is trying to re-rally here in between horses. Pentathlon with no excuses now opening up. Here comes Pentathlon inside the final furlong. It's Pentathlon. Top Gun Rocket is trying to challenge, is now taking a lone second. Pentathlon is always traveling well. Rosario with another one. Pentathlon dominates. Up for second there was Top Gun Rocket. Then came Sheriff Bianco and Winstock. 1 minute 34.24 seconds. Order finish. First the 5, Pentathlon. Second the 4, Top Gun Rocket. Third the 1, Sheriff Bianco. Fourth the 6, Winstock. 5-4-1-6 in race 3. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's third, the number 5, Pentathlon. Pentathlon. He's a 4-year-old. Bred in Kentucky by Speightstown out of Parade. Winning owners, Phipps Stable, St. Elias Stable, and Woodford Racing LLC. Winning trainer, Shug McGahee. The winning jockey, Joel Rosario. Hall of Famer Joel Rosario with 2 wins on the card. 5-4-1-6. Race official. $1 exacta, 5-4, $8.40. The double, $5.59. Trifecta, $25. Superfecta, $159.99. And pick 3, $14.71. Running time, 1 minute 34.24. Coming up, it's race 4. Start of the pick 6, carryover, $10,191. In race 4, the 9 runs in a hood. Race 5, scratch the 1. The 3 will run in a hood and scratch the 13 and 14. Race 6, scratch the 1 and the 3. Race 7, rider change. On the 4, make it Jose Gomez. Race 8, jockey change on the 5, make it Ruben Silvera. Scratch the 6, 9, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And race 9, scratch the 12. The pick 6, race 4, 22 minutes away, is next. All set. And they're off. Mr. Papa Giorgio, right out towards the front, and Noted joins that early leader too. They're going to be 1-2, and Pentathlon's just off of them with At the Rail, Sheriff Bianco a close-up fourth. Donegal Surges starts to move forward from the far outside, and the two at the back, Top Gun Rocket with Windstock. They come out of the chute, tightly bunched on the front end, as Noted has a nose in front. Mr. Papa Giorgio holds that rail position. Sheriff Bianco is just behind them, drafting in third. Pentathlon moving nicely for Rosario is in fourth. Outwider Donegal Surges in fifth. Then behind that leading group comes Top Gun Rocket just at the tail end of the leading pack, and the lone trailer, Windstock, 23 seconds flat. For that opening quarter mile, some pressure on the front end here as they're head and head as they work to a half mile left to go. To the inside, Mr. Papa Giorgio. To the outside and Noted. Pentathlon now looming up on the outside, and here comes Pentathlon. 45.44 for a half mile time. Sheriff Bianco is at the rail, is a patiently ridden fourth now, is scrubbed along here, just trying to get up to these leaders as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Also, Top Gun Rocket has made up a lot of ground, and here comes Top Gun Rocket to the outside. They reach the top of the stretch. Noted, and Mr. Papa Giorgio still duke it out. Sheriff Bianco is trying to re-rally here in between horses. Pentathlon with no excuses now opening up. Here comes Pentathlon inside the final furlong. It's Pentathlon. Top Gun Rocket is trying to challenge, is now taking a lone second. Pentathlon is always traveling well. Rosario with another one. Pentathlon dominates. Up for second there was Top Gun Rocket. Then came Sheriff Bianco and Windstock. 1 minute 34.24 seconds.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Horses step on the track here for today's fourth race. Race 4, 8 minutes away. Today's 4, 6 furlongs outer turf. Start of the pick 6. Pick 6, carryover, $10,191. A race 4 in 7 minutes. Horses stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 4. Start of the pick 6. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 4th. Runners loading. Shades of Jade. Lots of kisses. Leaner and meaner. There's My Divine Spirit. Just Jules. One Front War. Tell No Tales. Cheryl's Delight to the outside. Pick 6 starts here. Cheryl's Delight goes in. Not quite. There's Cheryl's Delight. Is in. All set. And they're off. Very slow start for Tell No Tales. Speed from Shades of Jade towards the inside. Venalia is in the early mix 2, is going to be out in the center of the course. Those two are head and head, and in between them comes Leaner and Meaner. That's the leading trio. Just off of them, My Divine Spirit is a well-placed 4th, with At the Rail Lots of Kisses in 5th. After the slow beginning, Tell No Tales is worked up towards those leaders, is now in 6th. They're tightly bunched. Just behind them, Just Jules, the two at the back. It's going to be Cheryl's Delight with the Triller. One Front War. 22.40 for the opening quarter mile. Venalia is in front. It's Venalia who's up by 3/4 of a length. Shades of Jade is trying to hold that rail position as Venalia moves nicely here, approaching the top of the lane. Venalia is in front. Shades of Jade. My Divine Spirit all in. Leaner and Meaner trying to pick it up. Center of the course, Venalia. Shades of Jade is back for more. And here comes Shades of Jade and Ricardo Santana Jr.'s and the Lindy Farm Silks now opening up here in the lane. Shades of Jade is along the rail, and Shades of Jade is up by 4. Shades of Jade, dominating win. Shades of Jade wins it. Then came My Divine Spirit, Late Rally Cheryl's Delight, and Lots of Kisses in 1 minute 8.61 seconds. 1692, order finish. First the 1, Shades of Jade. Second the 6, My Divine Spirit. Third the 9, Cheryl's Delight. Fourth the 2, Lots of Kisses. 1692 in race 4. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 4th race, the 1, Shades of Jade. She's a 3-year-old bred in Kentucky by Munnings out of Jade Doro. Winning owners, Lindy Farms. Winning trainer, Phil Antonacci. The winning jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr. 1692. Race official, $1 exacta 1-6, $107.15. The double, $6.58. Quinella, $59.29, and trifecta, $689 and a penny. $1 superfecta, $10,380.27, and the pick 3, $12.57. Running time, 1 minute 8.61. Coming up will be race 5, today's 5th. A mile and a 16th inner turf. Race 5 in 23 minutes. All set. And they're off. Very slow start for Tell No Tails. Speed from Shades of Jade towards the inside. Venalia is in the early mix 2, is going to be out in the center of the course. Those two are head and head, and in between them comes Leaner and Meaner. That's the leading trio. Just off of them, My Divine Spirit is a well-placed 4th, with At the Rail Lots of Kisses in 5th. After the slow beginning, Tell No Tails is worked up towards those leaders, is now in 6th. They're tightly bunched. Just behind them, Just Jules. The 2 at the back, it's going to be Cheryl's Delight with the trailer. One front more. 22.40 for the opening quarter mile. Venalia is in front. It's Venalia who's up by 3/4 of a length. Shades of Jade is trying to hold that rail position as Venalia moves nicely here, approaching the top of the lane. Venalia's in front. Shades of Jade. My Divine Spirit all in. Leaner and Meaner trying to pick it up. Center of the course, Venalia. Shades of Jade is back for more. And here comes Shades of Jade and Ricardo Santana Jr.'s and the Lindy Farm Silks now opening up here in the lane. Shades of Jade is along the rail, and Shades of Jade is up by 4. Shades of Jade. Dominating win. Shades of Jade wins it. Then came My Divine Spirit. Late rally Cheryl's Delight. And lots of kisses in 1 minute 8.61 seconds.
Friday and Saturday night on America's Day at the Races, special team coverage for the Breeders' Crown, the year-end championship series from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Harness action Friday night, 8 Eastern, and Saturday, 7:30 Eastern on FS2.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. The Golden Sun, a horse of the year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
Horses step on the track here for today's fifth race. Race 5, 7 minutes away. Today's fifth, a mile and 16th inner turf. Started late pick 5. Race 5, 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 5. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 5th. Copa de Plata moving forward. Next in will be Fourth Dimension. There's Tacticality. Tacticality. Jet off. That boy ain't right. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line from the outside. Tacticality's got early speed. Tacticality gets over to the rail, is now sprinting, clears up by 3/4 of a length, joined by Jet Off towards the outside. Dinah D is going to be 3 wide as they're now slowing down the early tempo. Tacticality has the lead. Right off of them is Jet Off in second. Dinah D nowhere to tuck in right now with at the rail. Norris moves fourth, is now a challenging third. That'll push Dinah D back to fourth, just in behind them. In between horses comes Quiet Power in fifth. Out wider, there is Zenik, who's now in sixth, and seventh at the rail, that's Relevance. In eighth is Copa de Plata under a tight hold. Then back there in ninth is going to be Fourth Dimension. The two at the back. That boy ain't right with Print. They work to the backstretch in 23.76 for the opening quarter mile. And now pace pressure on for Tacticality. Tacticality is in front by 3/4 of a length. Jet Off continues to challenge from second at the rail. Moving forward, here comes Norris. Also moving up on the outside, there is Dinah D. Quiet Power. Kendrick Harmouche has moved into it smoothly, is in fifth. Is to the outside here of Relevance. Losing some ground there is Zenik. Towards the back end of the field, Copa de Plata. Then comes Fourth Dimension. The two still at the back. That boy ain't right. And Print. 50 seconds flat for the posted half-mile time. And Tacticality. Tacticality has got the lead, is up by a half length. It's Tacticality who's in front. Jet Off continues to challenge. Quiet Power swung towards the outside, and Quiet Power is trying to build up some momentum. Dinah D is in that mix. Here comes Relevance from out of the pack, is swerving towards the outside. Tacticality is still there. Tacticality still sprinting on nicely. Quiet Power now lifting late. Here comes Quiet Power to the outside. Tacticality, Quiet Power, Tacticality, Quiet Power, Tacticality. Tacticality won it over Quiet Power, then came Copa de Plata and Relevance in 1 minute 45.20 seconds. Order finish. First the 9, Tacticality. Second the 6, Quiet Power. Third the 8, Copa de Plata. Fourth the 3, Relevance. 9683 in race 5. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 5th race, the 9, Tacticality. He's a 2-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Essential Quality, out of Corday Ballet. Winning owners, Flanagan Racing. Winning trainers, Chad Brown. Winning jockey, Dylan Davis. 9683 in race 5. Race official, $1 exacta 9.6, $8.45. The double, $13.13. Trifecta, $27.09. Superfecta, $301.39. Pick 3, $31.80. And pick 4, $34.34. Early pick 5, return $110.60. And running time, 1:45.20. Up next, it's race 6, today's 6th race. Started late pick 4. Race 6 in 19 minutes. And they're off. Broken a very even line from the outside. Tacticality's got early speed. Tacticality gets over to the rail, is now sprinting, clears up by 3/4 of a length, joined by Jet Off towards the outside. Dyna D is going to be 3 wide as they're now slowing down the early tempo. Tacticality has the lead. Right off of them is Jet Off in second. Dyna D nowhere to tuck in right now with at the rail. Norris moves fourth, is now a challenging third. That'll push Dyna D back to fourth, just in behind them. In between horses comes Quiet Power in fifth. Out wider, there's Zenik, who's now in 6th, and 7th at the rail. That's Relevance. In 8th is Copa de Plata under a tight hold. Then back there in 9th is going to be Fourth Dimension. The 2 at the back. That Boy Ain't Right with Print. They work to the backstretch in 23.76 for the opening quarter mile. And now pace pressure on for Tacticality. Tacticality is in front by 3/4 of a length. Jet Off continues to challenge from 2nd at the rail. Moving forward, here comes Norris. Also moving up on the outside, there is Dinah D. Quiet Power. Kendrick Harmouche has moved into it smoothly, is in 5th. Is to the outside here of Relevance. Losing some ground there is Zenik. Towards the back end of the field, Copa de Plata. Then comes Fourth Dimension. The 2 still at the back. That Boy Ain't Right. And Print. 50 seconds flat for the posted half-mile time. And Tacticality. Tacticality has got the lead, is up by a half length. It's Tacticality who's in front. Jet Off continues to challenge. Quiet Power swung towards the outside, and Quiet Power is trying to build up some momentum. Dinah D is in that mix. Here comes Relevance from out of the pack, is swerving towards the outside. Tacticality is still there. Tacticality still sprinting on nicely. Quiet Power now lifting late. Here comes Quiet Power to the outside. Tacticality, Quiet Power, Tacticality, Quiet Power, Tacticality. Tacticality won it over Quiet Power, then came Copa de Plata and Relevance in 1 minute 45.20 seconds.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Horses on the track here for today's 6th race. Race 6, 3 minutes away. Today's 6 started the Elite Pick 4 is next. Approaching the gate, race 6, and now at the gate. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Runner is set to load. There's Celestial Glaze. Register. Golden Plate. Crushed It. Scat to Tap. Fresente. Fresente. Goes in. House United. Flying Liam. Shifty Gold. Makes Sense. Last to load. Makes Sense. Goes in. All set. And they're off to the outside. Early speed from Shifty Gold, and also in that early mix comes Makes Sense. Down towards the inside, here comes Register to apply pressure, and now assume the front, it's going to be Register. Coming out of the chute is now a half length in front of Crushed It right there in second. Out wider still. Shifty Gold and Makes Sense. They're third and fourth. Now in fifth at the rail, Celestial Glaze. In sixth, in between horses, there's Golden Plate. They're very tightly packed. Up on the far outside, House United starts to make a move. Then in behind them, that's Flying Liam, who's moving forward. The three at the back now is Golden Plate, Scat to Tap, and Frizzante. Tightly bunched, but they're all chasing Register. Register at a big number. Katie Davis, they're up by 2. Chasing is Crushed It right here from second. House United with that center of the track move is making up some ground as they've got less than 4 furlongs to go. Celestial Glaze at the rail starts to move forward from fourth. Outside of that comes Flying Liam. Then comes Golden Plate, and Kendra Carmouche warming to the task here from sixth. Losing ground there is Shifty Gold, is dropping back, also trying to run on Scat to Tap from far out of it. 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and Crushed It is now a nose in front. Register starts to lose some ground towards the inside. House United is rallying on. Celestial Glaze is looking for a seam to run through. Crushed It's got the lead. Crushed It and Jose Lescano trying to open up, and look at them sprint clear. Crushed It is now up by a 4-5 widening lengths. Crushed It quickly got away from the field, has a 16th left to go, is hugging the rail, and it's over. Crushed It did. Crushed It wins nicely. Photo there. House United to the outside of Celestial Glaze, then came Flying Liam. 1 minute 34.78 seconds. Order finish. First the 6, Crushed It. Second the 2, Celestial Glaze. Third, the 9, House United. Fourth the 10, Flying Liam. 6-2, 9-10 in race 6. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 6th race, number 6, Crushed It. Crushed It. He's a 4-year-old. Gelding, bred in Kentucky by Tap It. Correction, Crushed It. 4-year-old. Gelding, bred in Kentucky by Dialed In. Out of Pinch Hit. Winning owners, Rice and Bruce Golden Racing. Winning trainers, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Jose Lascano. 6-2, 9-10. Race official, $1 exact to 6-2, $51. The double, $21.46. Trifecta, $107.71. Superfecta, $744.60. The pick 3, $43.48. Running time, 1 minute 34.78. Coming up, it's race 7. Today's 7th race. 20 minutes away. Race 7. 1 mile in 20 minutes.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Live here in South Ozone Park, New York. Belmont at the Big A. Races 7, 8, and 9 to close out this Friday card. Preview of some Breeders' Cup action and Saturday action on Empire Showcase Day all ahead. 16 minutes to post here in the 7th. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Acacia Clement back for round 2. Good to see you both.
It's good to see you. I missed you.
I missed
I
you
did.
guys, yeah.
I went and
know, it was
visited
a-
Acacia, just not
Andy
you.
kept popping into my office. Yeah.
You can
won
lock
the
the
other
door, next time.
That's why you locked the door.
Race 7. We're going to get into our first live race coming up. Maiden 20 race, 1-turn mile, and Linda Rice will look to go back-to-back coming up.
Well, that was quite a performance the last race, and that big claiming field went faster than an allowance race earlier today.
know.
That was some performance.
Yeah, we've been seeing some very quick times. Here is how you can get involved with everything. Here's what's ahead. 15 minutes away from the 7th as mentioned. 7, 8, and 9 to come. Maiden 20 in this one. We have a 6-furlong turf sprint. Wide open race in the 8th and close things out going long. Mile and 16th on the grass. 50 maiden claiming group to close it out. Field for race 7. Here it is. And Linda Rice with Fiscal Drag. Blinkers coming off and stretching back out in distance here. Claimed off of Chad Brown.
I picked second. Acacia picked on top. I don't trust this horse at all with the drop down off the bad race, but I can understand why the horse is favored.
I think trust is a strong word for anybody in this
Yep.
field. To me, it kind of revolved around the 5 Fiscal Drag and the 7 Dr. Incel as kind of the horses that were most interesting, and then maybe Cat Fast and Freedom Maker on the peripheral there. But for Fiscal Drag, the reason I liked this horse slightly better than some of the others was the fact that he is stretching back out in distance and does have a bit more speed than maybe some of the other contenders.
I like Dr. Incel because he was completely dead on the board off the layoff last time.
Pick 3. These final 3 races, you can play this sequence. Breeders' Cup and beyond, right there. Getting signed up at Naira Bets. $25 free play, $200 deposit match. New customer bonus with that code CUP25 at NairaBets.com. Speaking of championship weekend, Breeders' Cup Classic. This is the field that will line up, led by the Kentucky Derby Belmont and Travers winner Sovereignty, who will tackle older horses for the first time. Among them, a horse trying to join Tiznow is the only back-to-back winner of the race, Sierra Leone.
And it just occurs to me, I wonder if there's ever been a Breeders' Cup Classic where the first 3 finishers are all returning the next year, which is the case this year.
Yeah, which is, I think, really lucky for fans. You'll get a chance to see Sierra Leone, Fierceness, and Forever Young, who's there closing on the outside, rematch in this year's Classic. Now, it is a case that last year they were the 3-year-olds, and you very much wanted the 3-year-olds in that Breeders' Cup Classic. They were the ones with more upside, whereas this year, I think you have talented 3-year-olds and the best older horses of that last year's 3-year-old class kind of coming together to settle it on the racetrack, which should be a real treat.
I think we mentioned, too, earlier, one of the Pletcher horses out, locked, will not participate in the Classic, so that was new news today.
Yeah, I guess they said he got sick. Some of his horses get sick shipping, whatever the case. I don't know about you guys. To me, and I've always liked Locked, he was the least likely at odds for.
Retired to stand at Gainesway, so certainly wish him well, and I guess just unfortunate timing.
On
at the end
his
of the
best
year.
day, he was very, very, very good.
Sierra Leone, he has gotten very good later in the year and gearing up to what was his, by far, career best performance in the Classic. Do you think he can get to that kind of performance again?
Yeah, I do. I think he can run better than he did last year. I thought his remarkable race finishing second, considering the circumstance, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. I think for all these horses, Fierceness obviously in his day can run very well. Forever Young can run. It's more a question of whether or not Sovereignty improves off his Travers.
Well, for Fierceness, seemed certainly after that Whitney to be on the fence of what was going to happen with him. They shipped him out west, overcame some adversity, Acacia, and wins the Pacific Classic, and it's good to have him back in the mix.
It certainly is. Like Andy said, on his best day, he is an exceptional horse. I thought he ran very well given the way the pace played out in last year's Breeders' Cup Classic. And we have seen once again this year moments of brilliance from him in races like the Pacific Classic. We've also, as is often the case with Fierceness, seen some disappointing efforts too. So it's always a question with him. But I think recently, having been able to see him training up in Saratoga,
he thrives there in the fall. Leaving him up there, pointing to the Breeders' Cup, which has worked last year and has worked as a 2-year-old as well.
I mean, the truth is he has more good days than bad
He
days.
does, absolutely.
And listen, I'm a big critic of him in that sense, but I don't think there's ever been any denying that he's an incredibly talented horse.
Look at who Pletcher will have now. So minus locked. It's down to Antiquarian, Fierceness, and Mindframe, who pretty much has not run a race since the Foster June 28th.
I love Mindframe. Whether or not he's a horse I would use in this race is another story. But I think he's an extremely cool horse that anytime he's had a rider in his back, he's run a huge race.
Is, and it's such a shame we didn't get a chance to see him run his race in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Speaking to trainer Todd Pletcher, he said their original plan was Jockey Club train up to the Breeders' Cup, so they decided to stick to that instead of giving him a prep. Despite what happened, he's been training really well, but it is a hurdle to overcome.
Meanwhile, talked about you wanted the 3-year-olds last year. This year you got Sovereignty, Journalism, Baeza, and then Nevada Beach for Bob Baffert with more on the 3-year-olds in this year's group. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, if you look at history, in 41 runnings of the Breeders' Cup Classic, there have been 14 3-year-olds to get the job done. Of course, as you mentioned last year, Sierra Leone being one of them. But I feel as though, at least of the last 10 years, and I know saying that with Triple Crown winners in that mix as well, with American Pharaoh, who obviously is one of those 14 3-year-olds, and Justify. But I feel like we have a very solid group here, obviously headlined by Sovereignty, who does head in here with several triple-digit Beyer speed figures to back him up, running that 115 in the Travers last time out, a devastating performance. Now this will be his first try against some older rivals, whereas a horse like Nevada Beach, who goes out for Bob Baffert and does have, I don't want to say a home court advantage because he doesn't run at Del Mar, but at least he's out on the West Coast, has beaten older rivals in that Goodwood Grade 1. So, yes, there are some interesting horses. Baeza coming off the back of that Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby effort, and he was having the tough luck of running into Sovereignty and Journalism. But two, we also saw a horse that was maybe a little bit immature to start this sophomore campaign, has really put it together. It was evidenced in his try in the Jim Dandy, and then really put it together in the Pennsylvania Derby. So a horse that maybe could be getting good at the right time. He's one we've always been a fan of, especially with that pedigree. Puka being his broodmare and her producing 2 previous winners of Triple Crown races, and Dornick and Mage. So there's some talented 3-year-olds in this group, and for me, Greg, I feel as though probably Sovereignty is going to be able to become the 15th 3-year-old to win the Breeders' Cup.
I think a lot of people would agree with you with that assessment. He's been absolutely sensational. Again, only horse in history to accomplish Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy, Travers. We'll see if it can add a Breeders' Cup Classic to the mix as well.
Yeah, I'm not holding the Jim Dandy win in as high esteem as you are. I think that he's so good that it dwarfs the other 3-year-olds that are running. I mean, not only is Journalism obviously had a good year, though I thought he's tailed off a bit. I think Baeza's terrific. I think that Nevada Beach is a very interesting horse. It's just too top-heavy a race probably for those horses to win, but I think those are all pretty good horses. It's a good contingency of 3-year-olds.
I think if it was any other year, we'd be talking about some of those others a lot more than we are now.
We're taking time out. We'll be back. Fiscal Drag currently, wow, 3-2 favorite since we've been talking Breeders' Cup. Prices come down as Linda Rice looks to go back-to-back with this one. Taking the blinkers off, should be forward, stretching out in distance with Kendrick Carmouche.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. It is brought to you, America's Day at the Races, in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're 4 minutes away. Race 7, 1 turn mile. Everyone for sale for $20,000 in this race, all trying to get that first win. Here is Natural Hunk, start number 3.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think you want to rule anybody out here, but this one's going to have to improve an awful lot.
Noble One, almost 60 to 1.
Has not shown much yet when running at this level.
Cat Fast, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Now off the claim for Linda last time, I had a voided claim for $16,000 at Ellis and ran horribly that day.
It's the other Linda Rice. We'll get to the favorite in a minute. Daytona Moonshine, Jose Gomez.
Another one who has not shown much as of yet. Ran a little fourth, 2 back.
Here's the Linda Rice. Favorite, short price, 6-5, Kendra Carmouche.
The way this horse is getting bet, I'm more scared of him than I normally would be because he doesn't look like he should be this short on paper.
Rudy Rodriguez with a first-time starter went by.
Not much pedigree. This sibling was a 3-time winner in Mexico.
Dr. Insel dropping class.
I believe Dr. Insel will run a lot better today and is my top pick.
Freedom Maker, New Gelding.
Comes back off the claim. Does stretch back out in distance, so should be more forward.
Down the line, ran 20 maiden claiming last start, was second at 49.01.
I guess the best thing to say is one of the better races ever run was last time.
And my man Magoo, Rudy Rodriguez, turf to dirt, blinkers off.
We'll see if the blinkers off does help as he is 0 for 11.
3 minutes away from the 7th, coming up 6-5 favorite, Fiscal Drag. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll check in with both of Linda Rice's runners, beginning with her heavy favorite in number 5, Fiscal Drag, as he's one that I didn't mind last time. Granted, the closer that day was a heavy favorite, a little dubious of him and the way that he was moving. And I think I ended up on Fiscal Drag because he was moving much better, but it's much the same today. He did get a little bit hot and washy in the paddock, and it is quite cool, so I usually would take that as a negative, but it's not totally out of character for him. He is a bit of just a little bit of a nervous type. Is he my type of horse? No, but I can see why people are gravitating to him. But I actually prefer Linda's other horse, Cat Fast, whom I have a bit of a theory with these Linda Rice horses since they changed the rule on her behalf of her claiming horses and immediately taking them out of Kentucky to run in New York. She has been kind of forced a little bit to keep and leave them in Kentucky for a little bit longer. But Linda's not down there. She's not working with these horses day in and day out. Horses in New York are the ones that she has been seeing on the regular, and I think these horses just improve when they're under her watchful eye, under her thumb. And I like what I'm seeing from this guy. I know he's been very disappointing as a racehorse, and he's going to have to improve greatly here, but he just did not have any speed whatsoever in that first start. Look for him to be a little bit more forward today. Jose Lezcano took him immediately away from the pony, had a massive, massive gallop all the way to the backside. I mean, halfway down the back stretch until he pulled him up again. So I think he should be a little bit more involved today. I'm going to take him of the higher priced Linda Rice horses, but I do like Dr. Insel in here. He's another lighter raced character as he's second off of the layoff. He gets Lasix for the first time. The only time I saw him when he was debuting in that maiden special weight, which was a fairly tough race as a 2-year-old. And I didn't necessarily love the way he moved in that warm-up today. He looked so much better with Jamie Rodriguez, who took him away from the pony, took him down to the rail, really got him moving well. And while I didn't see him off the bench, he does look fit here. He's a big, solid horse, so I would have to think he is also a horse that would likely have to race into fitness. I think he is a viable alternative to your favorite. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. See what happens here. Dr. Insel, there he is, the 7. Start number 3, lowest level he will have run at yet.
Yeah, he's dropping, but he's also just more live. I thought he was one of 3 horses that were sort of interesting going in the last race, and he just seemed like he didn't take any money. I mean, this horse ran in a killer maiden race first time out, Acacia.
Yeah, certainly did, as does also get Lasix today, second off the layoff, and look like there's a rider off the 4, Daytona Moonshine.
Yeah, Jose Gomez there, looks like
getting a leg back up.
Yeah, go back aboard.
Yep, looks like just a saddle adjustment on track.
Tough to find anything positive really to say about that one of the recent form.
Yes, it would be a big surprise.
Yeah, it's twice 70 to 1. See what happens here. I mean, the way the 5 is getting bet, the horse will probably win. But I have trouble with this horse. That last race was bad. And then claim for 50 and a bad race and dropping in for 20. Linda's good dropping, but I don't know. I picked the horse second. You pick it on top. I'm not going to be shocked, but that seems like a lot of money for this horse.
Should have the lead, but ran well at a mile. And these, would you agree, these maiden 20 levels?
Supposed to be in front.
Yes.
You can sort of break the heart of the people behind you a little bit.
That was my thought process with this one. I think this is too short a price to take on anybody in this field, but thinking with the speed should help.
I think if I'm right about the 7, this horse is going to have a lot of speed today. I'm not saying it'll be in front of the 5, but the horse is going to be forward.
Should break better. Actually broke on top last time.
Yeah, I think when these horses taking more money, second time out, when they're live, they generally put themselves more in the game, especially at this level.
We will see. Fiscal Drag, 6-5 favorite, stretching back out. Blinkers off with Kendra Carmouche for Linda Rice. Here is the 7th. Chris Griffin, the call.
Pencil goes in. Freedom Maker. Fiscal Drag. Down the line. My Man Magoo. Last to load to the outside. My Man Magoo. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Fiscal Drag has early speed in between horses. Here comes Dr. Insel in the early mix 2, and Dr. Insel now presses on, is up by a full length. Towards the inside is Cat Fast, who's making up some ground. Towards the outside of them comes My Man Magoo. That's second and third. Up on the far outside, here comes Down the Line to move up closer too. They come out of the chute and hook up with the back stretch, and Dr. Insel's got the lead. Dr. Insel and Jamie Rodriguez chased all the time here by My Man Magoo, stalking from second, 23 and 4, the opening quarter mile. Down the Line is now a clear third up on the far outside in the 4-path, and then moving forward, here comes Freedom Maker. Just behind them at the rail, Cat Fast. Jose Lescano is going to save ground to the inside of Fiscal Drag. Then in the red cap comes Natural Hunk, who's worked towards the outside. Wanted off the rail, is out in the center of the racetrack. Then Enduring Angel. The 2 at the back, Noble 1 with Daytona Moonshine. 47.33 for a half-mile time, and they turn up the pressure on Dr. Insel. Dr. Insel's got the lead, is only up by a nose. Here comes the run from Freedom Maker from second. 3 wide is going to be Down the Line. Also moving forward is another pair, Cat Fast with Fiscal Drag. And they've got to pick a lane to run through here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Fiscal Drag had to steady. Cat Fast is waiting for room. Dr. Insel's in front. Freedom Maker ready to challenge Cat Fast. And here comes Fiscal Drag down the center of the racetrack after steadying. Is regaining that momentum now towards the outside. Dr. Insel still there. Dr. Insel by a nose, but here comes Fiscal Drag at the rail. Cat Fast saving ground. It's going to be Fiscal Drag who kicks on. Fiscal Drag center of the racetrack, but Fiscal Drag will win it. Fiscal Drag wins it over Cat Fast. Then came Dr. Insel for third, and Freedom Maker. 1 minute 36 and 4.
Fiscal Drag, much the best. Stretching back out, blinkers off. Linda Rice back-to-back. Kendra Carmouche aboard for the win.
The money is just too smart.
And I was thinking that this horse would be on the front. That was not the case, came from off of it, but didn't matter. Had a ton of horse when closing late and looking like Kendra Carmouche even maybe struggling to pull him up a bit after the race.
No surprise, the 7s, we said, had more speed and rode them right, just not good enough.
He will be moving to a different barn. After this was claimed for $20,000.
I wish them luck. They're going to need it. I would not claim maiden claimers that are short prices because you lose an enormous amount of value when they win, and when they're short prices, they rate to win.
5-3-7-8 finish. So just claimed off of Chad Brown to Linda Rice. She wins with the horse, and now we'll move to someone else's barn. First time in against winners. 6-5 public, yes, all over this one. They got it correct. Much the best here.
Looking at the close-up, Jamie Rodriguez actually lost his crop on the 7. He was kind of waving his hand at the horse in the stretch. I don't think it was going to make a difference, but
I had a 5-7
exacta,
so I wish he had kept it.
I think that's past it. But yeah, he ends up kind of waving his hand at the horse. There's another close-up view where you could see it. Not sure exactly when it took place, but he did lose that aid in the stretch there.
6-5 on your winner. We're going to effort that again. Here it is on the 7, Dr. Insel.
I think he already lost it, but yeah, he's using his hand instead, kind of trying to urge the horse along, which is not quite enough there to get up for second.
Five-3, 7-8. Prices from this when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to tomorrow. Bank Frenzy. Stellar performer. Is he the one to beat in the Empire Classic? There's the 3-year-old new face who will be taking him on, who really blossomed this summer at Saratoga. Iron Dome for Steve Asmussen. We'll preview both their chances when we come back.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack. A debut winner at Saratoga before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A filly who got better with each start, Seismic Beauty won as a juvenile by 5 lengths at Del Mar. Then she kept climbing at 3. She took the Grade 2 Santa Margarita by a dominant 5 lengths, where she bested graded winner Alpha Bella and earned a 104 Beyer speed figure. Seismic Beauty then earned a career best 110 Beyer, going wire to wire in the Grade 1 Clement L. Hirsch, beating Grade 1 winners Copian and Ricci.
Seismic Beauty rumbles home in the Clement L. Hirsch.
The win brought her earnings over $476,000 for trainer Bob Baffert and owners My Racehorse and Peter Lydell. She has never been out of the money in her career to date. Seismic Beauty is by champion Uncle Mo, who is the broodmare sire of Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, and Preakness winner Journalism. Grade 1 winner Seismic Beauty, selling this November with Gainesway.
Took the lead. 8 to main 2. Internet, you're out. 250. 8 to down to get down 250. Down to get down to get down 50. I guess not. He would get down to get down to get down 50. Internet wants. He would get down to get down to get down. They know down. Put it up there. He would get twice. He would get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
$1,700,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Like, you walk into the paddocks and back, he gets excited and then he'll want to stand up and act up. But like in the stall, he's really nice. So Blueprint, usually the better bred babies go to Florida, but for whatever reason, shipping and whatever, he got left up here. And I kept telling the guys down there, I go back and forth like, listen, we have one up there that I think he's better than the ones we have here. And they're like, there's no way, these are killer colts. And they were right. There was great horses, but I go, I'm telling you, I've trained your horses. You haven't trained this one. He's better, I think.
Blueprint comes back to win it. It's Blueprint.
I think he is the best horse I've ever trained.
Coverage begins tonight, Friday, and Saturday. Breeders' Crown Finals, 12 championship races, over $7 million in purses. It begins at 8 Eastern tonight. Fox Sports 2.
I like that shot.
That's a great
It's
shot.
really cool. We should get Andy in the soul.
I think Ernie was actually on the back of the horse taking that shot.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's everywhere.
Big night, Breeders' Crown, and we hope you join us for it. 2-year-old finals tonight. We mentioned earlier on the program, Bojangles looking to stay perfect, 11 for 11. That's in race 9, the 6. One of several championship races to come over the next 2 nights.
Pretty amazing horse.
And it's fun the way that they do it, kind of similar to what you see in the Breeders' Cup with the 2-year-olds on Friday and then the older horses on Saturday. So some big races to look forward to and big purses as well.
Back here, Belmont of the Big A, Fiscal Drag. off the claim win, dropping class, and one and done with Linda Rice.
Well, she almost got out, right? Claimed the horse for 50. Just got around 20 from the purse, so small loser. But
also
they moved
finished
on.
second here as well with the 3.
Yes, unfortunately I know that too well.
A big late run from Fiscal Drag on the outside. Kendrick was kind of quiet on him at the start, not aggressive to get him to the front, which I was a little curious about, but it turns out was absolutely the right move as he had plenty of force underneath him in the late stages of the race.
Yeah, so this was much the best.
Wins for fun here. I believe we have a little more competitive race coming up, but we will see. The board would say so. $4.78 for the win. 5-3, 7.50 trifecta, just over $30. 8th race, 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Starter optional claiming group. Fillies and mares, 3 and up, and the current favorite, Amazing Athena, David Duggan.
Wow.
10-1 morning line, 7-2 right now.
This horse was 30-1 when she won last time out.
Oh, she's going to be a much bigger price by the time we get to the race.
Yeah, they're very early on here. That
Much
should
bigger.
float up. But this group wide open, including the catchphrase, turf for the first time, the 4, a little bit of pedigree. But
Yeah,
we'll talk more about that field in a minute. What were you going to say?
I was going to say she's the half sister to Silsby, who's the turf sprinter for George Weaver.
She is.
Tomorrow, Empire Classic. I assume you both will be here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Because it's a very good race. Race 10, mile and an eighth. I will. 4:53 Eastern start time.
Mile with you?
Probably. I hope so.
I know. I'm on late.
Bank Frenzy. 5-year-old for Rudy Rodriguez. Been a really good story. 14 of his 19 starts has been first or second.
Paid a lot of money for a gelding when they bought this horse. But they've got their money back and had a lot of fun. And Rudy's done a super job of keeping him in good form.
He's awesome, a very consistent New York bred. I think last time out, 7 furlongs, probably a bit short of what he does prefer. And on top of that, he had the rail. He does wear that extension blinker covering his right eye. And especially lately, he's not been the quickest immediately out of the gate. And that happened last time. He just got squeezed back and buried down inside. I do think going longer, posted a little bit better, we're going to see his regular good performance from him.
But will it be good enough?
Yeah, he's got some good horses to face.
He does.
Including an improving 3-year-old by the name of Iron Dome, who really blossomed this summer. Saratoga put together 3 wins in a row, including the Albany, where the second, third place finishers behind him would come back to win. Then tried Open Company against Bracket Buster. Okay, so I believe you had mentioned earlier in the program, was runner-up to Sovereignty in the Travers.
Yeah, ran very well that day for Vicky Oliver. Won that Oklahoma Derby. Iron Dome finishing second. It took him a while to figure things out, but he finally did. The half-brother to one of our favorite New York breds, who we saw in the spotlight on a lot of these big New York bred days, and Mr. Buff.
Yeah. Yep. He's good. You know, if he can keep it up, he's a major threat to anybody in here. I think Doc Sullivan's a major player in here as well. Should be a good race.
Look forward to it. I became a big fan of Iron Dome. We'll see. There was just a pretty good field of 3-year-olds, just a notch below the best.
He's been very fast and very good for Steve. And Steve Aspen's kind of guy gets these horses going well, and they just keep improving. And he feels like he has more improvement in him. He's pretty good.
That is coming up, race 10. Tomorrow, mile and an eighth, $250,000 purse on Empire Showcase Day. Take a look at all the stakes action we'll have on that card in a moment. That distaff as well seems fairly competitive. I know the Jorge Abreu filly, K-Cup, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by her.
She has to get a mile and an eighth. That worries me a little with her. I mean, I think Bernie takes charge of the horse to beat. Looks like the speed, and it's been pretty good this year when she's been in reasonable spots.
Yeah, she had to run against the likes of Torpedo Inn and Darth Vader last time out, so this is a far more reasonable spot for her, and she does prefer the mile and an eighth, which is a question that I have about K-Cup. I questioned it a little bit with Viamente as well, but she was able to get it in the Fleet Indian. I will see if she can have a tactical advantage again.
Can she get it without the lead?
Correct.
Because if Randomized can't get the lead from from Bernie Takes Charge that no one else gained a lead from her. I don't know. I actually like Valtellina of all the horses that ran that race, because I thought she was the one that would benefit the most from having a real speed in there.
Part of our coverage on Saturday. We hope you join us. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to get back to the 8th when we return, approaching the 12-minute mark to post. Linda Rice looking for 3 in a row on the card. Can this one deliver? Will not be swayed. She just claimed off of Brad Cox back in August at Saratoga. And now we'll cut back in distance. Stay with us.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2, and we're proudly brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Horses here in the paddock for today's 8th race, turf sprint for these fillies and mares. And we'll start things off with a horse who, last time I looked at the board, which was a couple minutes ago, was not the favorite, but she was her 2-to-1 morning line favorite, and that is number 2, Will Not Be Swayed. Tepid at 4-to-1 being your favorite. She is turning back in distance, and I suppose I'm okay with that. She is a bit of a smaller, slighter build and was able to get the job done on that inner turf course up at Saratoga, which it always lends itself. I should say, it lends itself well, I find, because it's a tighter course to horses who are maybe stretching out for the first time. So she'll cut back here to the 6 furlongs this time around. And I suppose she can win, but I'm not the biggest fan of hers, at least looking at her here in the paddock. She's incredible, and Linda Rice is a trainer whose horses always tend to carry a lot of great conditioning. Their weight is where you want it to be, and she just isn't. Her coat's a bit dull too. This is a favorite that I'd be willing to look elsewhere. As number 1, Determined Princess. Look, I don't know if she can sprint. That's the biggest question mark on her. She does come back off of a layoff, and I suppose this does have a look for Liz Merriman of being just kind of a prep race, but then again, we're getting to the end of turf season, so I don't know how much of truth is in that. But she looks so much better than when I last saw her back in May. She had really kind of peaked hindquarters. Her coat wasn't great at all. Splendid here in the paddock. She's filled out across her top line. She looks fit enough. She's a bit of a bigger, heavier filly, so I'm a little bit concerned about that turn back to the 6 furlongs. And I suppose, though, in some of her longer races, she has been tactical enough, so hopefully she doesn't completely out-sprint it here. But I had to comment on how much of an improvement I see from her physically coming off the bench today. Then a bit of a wild card is number 4, Catchphrase, who has yet to be on the turf, but a claim by Jimmy Ryerson for her original breeder in Joe DeRico. So I thought that was a little intriguing. And while the dam, she never tried the turf, Catchphrase is half to Silsby, who is 2 for 4 on the surface. And looking at her, she does have that proverbial turf hoof, very flat hoof, angular pastern. I just thought it was interesting, Greg, that, kind of original breeder at least go back in and claim her, at least for the 17.5, and try this experiment here. Has plenty of speed on the dirt. Could it translate to the turf here?
Why not take a shot? Find out. Right now, 9-1 for the Jimmy Ryerson barn. Christopher Elliott will ride back to the favorite, though, and will not be swayed. Linda Rice claims off Chad Brown. Last race wins. Claims off of Brad Cox with this one, and will cut back in distance.
Right. This one isn't dropping off a cliff like the other one. This is one where Acacia and I are on the same page. She did have trouble. This is her race 2 back sprinting, and she's the one in that red cap with the blue silks. She's going to get, sort of bottled up a little bit late. First of all, she wasn't winning, and second of all, the race was collapsing. So I don't know if this was that great an effort. In her last race, she benefited from wreaking some havoc early in the running of the race.
She did. Unfortunately, there was an incident in the race there, but she was not affected by that. She actually caused the trouble on the first turn, and I think that there was so much else going on that they just didn't really put much emphasis on it. I think had it been a smoother race, she actually might have been disqualified.
I agree with you. I was surprised by that. We can't show it because we don't have that replay available, but I agree with you.
Here is one that Maggie was talking about for Elizabeth Merriman. Determined Princess will cut back in distance.
Good to hear. Oh, sorry. You're
You could talk about it if you like. Feel free. I wouldn't bet this horse going short. 0 for 8 turning back for Elizabeth Merriman.
Favorite went by.
I do like her sprinting, if nothing else.
Amazing Athena still taking some money here.
I'd like to book her at 5-1.
Catchphrase first on the turf.
As Maggie mentioned, there is a bit of turf pedigree, and Baltoro can certainly handle the turf.
Ruben Silvera on quick power nap.
Grace gets hot up front. This horse could come along late for a piece.
Top of the table, Mark Hennig, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, the turf race is going back, just not good enough, I don't think.
Rasho to pause first off the claim, also off of Brad Cox with Hugh.
Yeah, she ran well last time, but she did have a very smooth trip. Can she do it again for the new connections?
Long-legged Queen, Sahin Savachi rides.
I know Andy and I had some interest in her. I do feel like with a better trip, she could have won last time out, though.
I think she would have won.
Red Burgundy, quick, but cutting back. Is that going to dull that speed?
Both occasions, I thought this horse was interesting turning back, but 9-2, tough to take.
What do you say, Jose? Outside post won the debut. This is start number 2 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, lightly raced, does draw in and has to step up to face winners for the first time. Did get a good trip when finishing first time out.
Let's go back to the 10.
Let's.
Long-legged Queen. What do you both like?
Well, I mean, I liked this horse last time.
Me
so
too.
there were plenty of reasons to like this horse. She had run some good races sprinting in the back. Unfortunately, the rider just butchered her. She broke a half, three-quarter length slow, and he just never had her in a position where she was clear and had a chance to win the race. It was just a passive ride when you needed to be a little bit more aggressive.
She was also stuck behind horses. She just never had any chance to make any clear run. I know she's technically stepping back up in here, but I do feel like she has some dirtied up form, and she's a horse that I think is a turf sprinter, and I wanted to give her just one more chance with Sahin, who I thought has been riding exceptionally well up at Woodbine, where he's been based recently.
Yeah, I had picked her second of the 6, who scratched, so I scratched into her. I just didn't want to pick her again after picking her last time, but I do believe there's a very good argument that she should have won her last race.
Double-digit odds right now, 10-1 as we go back to Hugh. So Horacio De Paz claims off of Brad Cox, and that was a win at Saratoga, 35,000 non-winners of 2 life condition.
I don't love betting horses claim from Brad Cox, and this horse could not have gotten a more delicious trip against Lesser.
She really did. She was able to sneak up the inside along the hedge there. Now, I will say, I think she was kind of run off her feet 2 starts back with Dang Here Comes Shang, who was a very quick Wesley Ward runner. Last time out, a little bit more to her speed, and she ran well that day. She has been claimed by Horacio, and the big question is, can she do it again coming in? It's tough to claim off Brad Cox, and 2 of the horses that are kind of logical in here in the 2 and 8 are exactly that.
And for what it's worth, Horacio De Paz is just 0 for 6 off the claim with turf sprinters, a small sample size. 2 at the board, 2 to 3 of them were short prices, though.
9-2 right now. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, between those 2 off the Brad Cox claims horses, I at least did prefer Hugh slightly, but I'm willing to take a shot with somebody else in this race. And you guys expressing some interest in number 10, Long-Legged Queen, who on paper will make her first start for trainer Joe Lee. But having talked to Joe prior to her last start, he had said that she had been kind of in his barn for a couple weeks, but now truly has spent a lot more time there. And her weight looks tremendous. The thing I'm a little bit dubious of with her that I don't love to see is the fact that she has seemingly lost some of her early speed that she once upon a time had. So wondering if we could see that a little bit more just to put herself in a better position, because as you guys said, last time she had a bit of a trip and, you know, made up some good ground late in the running there to be only beaten a length and 3/4. So I love her appearance, and I think, you know, more time with Joe Lee, who does do a phenomenal job with the limited number of horses and starters he has. So I think there's a lot of upside with an 11-1 on number 10, Long-Legged Queen. Drawing in is number 11, Red Burgundy, and I have always thought that shorter is better. I mean, in my notes, I constantly say when she's running those longer races, I would really just love a flat mile, just a flat mile. And to be fair, you look at her races as a 2-year-old, and one of her best efforts was sprinting on the turf, and it was only the 2nd start of her career, her first time on the turf, and she did have some speed. I mean, obviously that's translated to going longer. Will it be mitigated and kind of dulled in turning back today? Possibly, because she is a lot more of a quiet, just more mentally mature individual. But physically, she's always had a frame that suggests that less ground is optimal for Red Burgundy. So we'll see what we get from her from that outside post position, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Post time coming up. And I think at one point 4-1 was the favorite. Now it's down to 2-1 on the 2. The Linda Rice off the claim runner will not be swayed.
Does seem when Linda gets bet like this, they usually deliver. I am not a huge fan, but I do think she's better sprinting. I mean, I picked her second. I shouldn't say I'm not a huge fan. I just wouldn't bet her at 2-1.
She is just a bit tough. I did not like anything about her going long last time. And like I said, I feel like she kind of made her better trip. I think she's more built like a sprinter as well. That's always kind of how she's been. But yeah, she is a little bit tough to take on a short price, especially claimed away. I'm with Maggie, though. I think Red Burgundy is a very intriguing cutting back. I know she finally won when stretching out, but I think that she is just maybe a little bit of a better horse, and she has been on the front end and not being able to sustain it. So I think the cutback makes a lot of sense for Horacio.
Cutbacks just don't work. I mean, I get it. I picked her third. I'm with you. I get it. I think 3-1 is a ridiculous price. Yeah. But I think people see that and they think, oh, they had the lead going longer. I don't know. All I know is that I bet cutbacks a lot on the turf, and they just don't work very often. I think you need a specific kind of horse. And in general, ones that have outed a lot, they don't usually win. I'm with you. I think she has a good chance. It just doesn't work the way it should. I mean, it's one thing when a horse is a runoff. She's not a runoff type.
Not.
And again, we'll see just how quick she has been on the lead, sprinting on the grass too, but going longer, is that going to dull it a bit? Is she still going to be able to be quick enough to be in front?
No, I don't think she's going to be fast enough to be in front in this race. She got some reasonably quick horses. Isn't the 4 supposed to go? The 3 could go?
No, we don't know if the 4 has turf sprint
speed.
No,
but she's a forward horse with a pedigree. So
14-1 on that one, by the way. Here we go, 8th. Belmont of the Big A on this Friday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
What do you say, Jose? quick power nap. Goes in. Red Burgundy. Red Burgundy. Moving forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Red Burgundy with early speed towards the outside with Hugh as they are lined up here tightly bunched on the front end. Amazing Athena wants to be in the early fray, and Catchphrase now emerges Catchphrase with the neck in front. Red Burgundy will stalk from second at the rail. Amazing Athena is in third. Moving forward is top of the table, and Castellano is towards the inside here of Hugh. Just behind them comes Will Not Be Swayed, is going to be mid-pack, followed by Quick Power Nap. Towards the back end, Long-Legged Queen, What Do You Say, Jose? And Determined Princess is the trailer. 22.61 for the opening quarter mile. Catchphrase with a nose in front. Here comes Red Burgundy towards the outside. It's just stalking and ready to pounce, and they're well into the far turn. Catchphrase, but for how long? Red Burgundy is just cruising up to the lead. Amazing Athena, nowhere to go yet, is in behind rivals. Towards the outside is an all-in. Jamie Rodriguez on Hugh. Red Burgundy gets the cue to kick for home, and Red Burgundy's trying to open up. Amazing Athena, Hugh. Here comes Will Not Be Swayed. Will Not Be Swayed. Long-Legged Queen is trying to muscle on through. Blanket finish coming here. Hugh with the nose in front. Here comes Long-Legged Queen. Trying to time it perfectly, and does. Long-Legged Queen got the win. Will Not Be Swayed got second. Then came Hugh. Amazing Athena's in there with Quick Power Nap. 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
Long-Legged Queen, things changed a lot late stretch in this race.
Well, she did break a little slow, but she wasn't strangled back, and Sahin Savachi got that position. He stuck the rail. Both Acacia and I thought top of the stretch were like, in trouble, but he managed to get out, get that seam, a little bit behind the favorite, but outran her the wire, a narrow finish, but I feel a just reward for a horse who's been very unlucky in the past. And I love this guy. I think this guy can just flat out ride.
I completely agree. Like I said, shifted his tack up to Woodbine this year, where he's been riding exceptionally well. And yes, while she did break a little bit slow, he put her in the race. He didn't let her kind of drop out of it and be forced to try to make some run. He kind of put her in, was able to save some ground, and then it looked like he was maybe at one point trying to find a seam along the rail. That didn't work out. He slowly angled her out. He was there in time, and she was game between horses as well. It was pretty tight down there.
It feels very similar to me. Like, this is the race that she should have and could have run last time if she hadn't gotten completely locked in the stretch, to be honest with you. She got through, and, you know, and these are turf sprints, and they're often close.
So often about the trip.
Yeah.
Reigning champion jockey in Canada, Sahin Savachi, 14-1 on Long-Legged Queen, 10-2, 8-3. And a 14-1 shot to spice things up a little bit.
14-1 shot that we both picked. How is that possible?
I know.
It means that nobody's listening to us.
Showing the respect for your selection.
Showed you.
Usually when Andy and I are on the same horse, it is not a good sign.
I think if only one of us was on the horse, she might have been 8-1.
We'll have prices when we come back. We'll talk Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Chad Brown trying to add to his 19 Breeders' Cup career victories. Could, possibly. Chancer McPatrick, his former Grade 1 winner back as a 2-year-old, come through for him and surprise. We'll preview his chances and talk the one to beat when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Friday and Saturday night on America's Day at the Races, special team coverage for the Breeders' Crown, the year-end championship series from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Harness action Friday night, 8 Eastern, and Saturday, 7:30 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage here, America's Day at the Races, on the eve of Empire Showcase Day. Gonna have Andy sing Autumn in New York for us, maybe a little bit later.
Great.
Yeah, we're going to see what we can do to ruin people's day. And I can promise you, my singing would do just that.
Winner's Circle leading, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale after Breeders' Cup, November 3rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
You going to be there, Keisha?
50-50.
10-2, 8-3. Let's go down to Maggie.
So pleased to be here with Sahin Savachi. And Sahin, excellent ride on Long-Legged Queen. You were patient. She has lost some of her early speed, but that didn't affect her late.
Yeah, I looked at her replay. I think she got stuck behind horses, and you know she seemed like she had talent there. And today, I was confident in her. Yeah.
Well, it's so good to see you back. Now, unfortunately, you had an injury that we don't often hear about. It happened while you were on the back of a horse, but a herniated disc.
Yeah, so it was just a minor what's it called?
Procedure, or I should say, it
protruded a little bit.
Protruded. There, I couldn't get it either. You're in bad company.
No, it protruded a little bit, and it must have been because I was riding a lot and over the years. So it just, well, I'm glad to be back and recovered from it. I'm looking forward to the season.
We're looking forward to having you back here. Well done. Nice little upset here at 14-1.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunities. Thank you.
Such a nice guy. I mean, Canadians are usually nice, so it's a welcome addition here. Sahin riding well and giving Long-Legged Queen a perfect trip today.
Yeah, again, reigning champion rider in Canada. I know the Clement Barn has used him with success.
A lot, yeah. He's ridden a lot of the horses that have gone up to Woodbine recently. I know one of Andy's favorite horses, Breathaway, she just kept getting bad trips, and I said I think he gave her the best ride to win a couple weeks ago that she's had in maybe the last 2 years.
I told Dean and Patty Reeve in Saratoga I'm going to stop picking her as a favorite again. Sure enough, I think she's won twice.
We close things out, stretching out on the turf. Mile to 16th, $50,000 maiden claiming race is today. Finally, the day for Vintage Vino for Linda Rice with a drop in class.
It's supposed to be. I mean, both Acacia and I are trying to beat her in here, but I don't think there's any denying she's the worst to beat. And I just think Linda's making the right moves. A 4-year-old gelding. It's almost the end of the year. It's clear he's not going to win a maiden special weight anymore on the turf. I do think he's better, though, with more distance, Acacia.
I think so, too. I mean, she's been running him even at the start of his career, 1.5 miles, 1 mile and 3/8. Now, my concern with him recently is that, yes, against Tougher, his last couple of races just have not been as inspiring. I think the drop-in class is needed, and he might just be the best horse of what he faces in here.
Yeah. The others are on the come. There's nobody in here that's running nearly as well as he's running. But there are some lightly raced horses in good barns.
5-2 favor right now for this nightcap. We're 19 minutes to post. Let's talk Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And Chad Brown, what he has lined up to go.
I don't like contrary thinking. I like him a little bit less than Chancellor McPatrick. I think redistricting and program trading both have an outside chance. And I mean, I don't know if Village Voice is good enough, but, you know, that's somewhat of an open race. Obviously, Sierra Leone's a big player.
As for Chancellor McPatrick, former Grade 1 winner of the Hopeful Back, is a 2-year-old. Had not won since his 2-year-old campaign, so he got finally back in the winner's circle in the Curlin this summer, Saratoga. But then that performance in the Ellen Jerkins makes you think he's going to be in pretty tough, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised he ran well to win this Curlin. Obviously, the disappointment was to favor the horse in front right now, who fell apart, kind of. Yeah, but it's just, he's had his chances time and again this year against the big guys, and he's just not good enough. And I don't know why Acacia's going to be better in this race. I mean, Full Serrano and Nisos, those horses are pretty good.
He's facing good horses who are in good form right now, which I think is a bit of the problem. I can understand taking a shot with him. I believe it's his last race, and then he's off to stud. And he has shown moments of immense talent. I think, especially as a 2-year-old, I think it's fair to say that he just did not take that step forward at 3.
I agree. He's a horse that's probably about as talented as he was as a 2-year-old, and that's not going to be good enough to beat horses when they get better. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I hope he wins for Chad. I don't blame him for taking a shot last start. There's probably a bonus in the stud deal for him to win a Breeders' Cup race. I just haven't seen anything from him this year to suggest he can win this race.
Let's hear from his trainer on his former Grade 1 winner.
He's a horse that sort of we had high hopes for coming into the year, and it just took him so long to get going, and the year didn't go quite like we planned. I thought he ran a sneaky good race in the Jerkins. It was a very speed-favoring track, and I think he was 4th in there, and he was coming. He just needed just a little bit more real estate. He's got something to prove around 2 turns, but if he gets some sort of nuclear pace in front of him in there, again, I could see him getting a piece of it.
He was very game winning the Curlin. Was that kind of a rewarding performance for you and your team?
It was. It sort of got him back on track. It's not what he wants to do, going a mile and 1/8 in some sort of moderate pace slugfest down to the wire. He's a better horse coming off the pace with a strong pace in front of him. So the fact he was out of his comfort zone and grinded out a win, I thought it showed a lot about the horse. I will say this, his best race of his career was probably the Champagne, and we're in that time of year where he's looking his best again. And again, that's a tough race. There's some really hard hitters in there, particularly the older horses in that race. So I'm realistic about his chances, but I do think that he could have a say in just getting a piece of it if he gets a good setup.
And one of those older horses I'm sure Chad Brown was referring to is the defending champion who's back for more and looks just as sharp as when he won it last year, Full Serrano.
He's good. I mean,
he doesn't race a lot, but
no.
He's very good.
Shows up.
He only raced twice before the Breeders' Cup last year, and he's only going to have 2 starts this year before the Breeders' Cup. And hey, it worked for him last year as a 5-year-old. See if he could do it again at 6, but he's got speed and he's very talented.
Baffert's very dangerous in him. I mean, Citizen Bull's a little bit of a stretch. I think Goal Orient is dangerous. If Nisos runs his good race, I believe he's going to win and beat Full Serrano. He's a little bit of a wild card in here. I was watching Wild Abarrio's last race, where obviously there was the early incident. I just wonder with White Abarrio if he just feels like a shell of his former self coming into this race. I know he'll take some money.
Be interesting. See what happens in that spot. We're going to take a timeout. Nightcap still to come. 15 minutes away from this finale at a mile and a 16th on the turf. Favorite still Vintage Vino. He's had a whole lot of opportunities against better. Finally dropping in to tackle easier in this 50 maiden claiming race. But there's one of the contenders for Chad Brown, and will try and upend him yet again. Nikistador. Jose Lezcano aboard for Chad Brown.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. What were you going to say?
When I see that pond, you know what I think of? Which I've walked by it many times. Almost Famous. There's that scene late in Almost Famous where the lead act, the male, he's walking with Kate Hudson.
Yes.
And they're walking by when she tells him her real name. Do you like Almost Famous?
Great movie, but
Love
I
that
don't
movie.
remember the scene. Sorry.
It's right after he goes to the plaza to save her when she's get her stomach pumped.
Still don't remember. But
Really?
But I love the movie.
Oh,
here's the favorite, 5-2. Vintage Vino. Start number 10. Ruben Silvera will ride for Linda Rice. Let's go to Maggie.
Almost Famous, hands down, still my favorite movie. I used to, when I was in my emo era in teenage years, I used to leave quotes from that movie on Instant Messenger. Probably revealing way too much about myself right now. As we'll check in with Chad Brown's two runners here coming back off layoffs. Conquistador does return as a gelding and Lasix for the first time. And you watch that first race and he kind of broke maybe a half a step slow. And watching that replay, while I obviously wasn't in the paddock for that debut back in December at Gulfstream, he just kind of looked a bit heavy, a bit clueless. And so being a gelding now, I think just makes total sense for this guy who comes in and from my estimation is probably a lot more tucked up, a lot more refined looking and fit overall. So he makes a great impression on me here in the paddock. He did show briefly late in the stretch that there was some ability in there as he was able to close. And obviously those races at Gulfstream, if you're not forward, you're not winning, generally speaking, as Gene and Jude did wire the field that day. I will say Chad's other horse that looks pretty slow on paper looks great here in the paddock, and that's number 3, Consolation Prize, who will add blinkers, and another horse that just looked incredibly green in the debut. He was kind of steady back on the inside early there at Tampa, then he was steadied again at the quarter pole, and he, with the steadying and the jock not really having a clear way to run, he just looked confused. And so he'll add blinkers here today, and generally just a short cheater cut blinker for Chad. They haven't put him on yet, but that's generally the uniform that they get. Big, tall, leggy horse, very classic looking individual who again comes in here looking really fit. And I feel like that first race, shouldn't be an indictment on him and his abilities. I think he is probably a little bit better than that one would represent. Moving on to the inside with Authentic Legend, kind of same scenario. Another horse, first time gelding, coming off of one race at Gulfstream Park during the springtime. Now, he really didn't do much running at all. It was a decent race, though, to be fair, as he ran the same buyer speed figure as Conquistador first time out. He was out the back early, never involved. Another one that is a gelding. Now, he's lightened up considerably. He is a little bit more of a narrow type of frame overall, but that's okay when you're going long on the turf. This is the prototype that you look for in these types of horses. Great impression on me, and like I said, that was an okay race, more dominated towards the front end. I'd be willing to give him another shot here in this dropping class to the 50, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. By the way, we had a small, there's Kendrick Carmouche, by the way, he'll be on Authentic Legend. Small pick 6 carryover today. The 2, 4, 5, 10 are the only ones that hit this pick 6 today. So there's a good chance we could have another carryover into Saturday.
It'll be like 44,000, I think, is a carryover if it's not hit. They have logical horses, but as you say, it doesn't have to get hit in here. There's only the tough ones are really the last winner, right? Was the 4th winner a bit of? I don't think we've seen a.
4th was Shades of Jade.
Yeah, 5-2, a very logical horse. Yeah, I don't think we've seen a tough horse except for the last winner, so kind of a little surprised.
Here's Vintage Vino. So 9 starts, all against straight maiden company. Faced some good ones too.
I
just hasn't got it done.
I think this is his race, 4 back when he ran 3rd. I think if he runs this race, he'll win here. He was chasing wide against a gold rail. I think he's tailed off a little bit, but they've just been better horses, Keisha.
I agree. That's what I was going to say. Tom Collins, who won that day, got the dream trip and was on the rail exactly where you wanted to be on the turf at that time, early Saratoga. And Vintage Vino ran fine that day, finishing 3rd. He is a horse, as we touched on, that has been going a bit longer.
He's better longer.
Linda's given him a lot of chances at the maiden special weight, so the drop at this time of year, it just makes sense.
The name of the game is winning, and Linda wins. She's a very good trainer with a very good eye on horses, but she also wins because she runs them when they can win. And at some point, you sort of have to just acknowledge that this horse has looked a lot better last year. He hasn't been quite as good this year, and he's not going to win a maiden special weight. Yeah, could you ship him to a smaller track or something? But what's the point? You're trying to win a race. If somebody wants to claim this horse, the end of his 4-year-old 50, I'm sure they'll be fine with it. If he wins and he gets claimed, that's good. And if he loses and gets claimed, it's even better. In a way, because he's just not good enough.
What do you think of this Chad Brown runner, the 3?
I thought he got a preposterous ride in his debut, but I'm still not convinced he has any ability.
First time out, he never looked settled throughout any stretch of the race. He didn't really kick on at that point, but he never really looked comfortable.
Here's Authentic Legend. So start number 2. The debut was back in April at Gulfstream for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, this horse just didn't do any running and didn't take any money at a slow time at Gulfstream.
One to beat, Vintage Vino.
We've talked about his merits, finally getting that needed drop in class.
Chad Brown's consolation prize. So debuted Tampa on the turf back in February, then went to dirt.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you have a 4 reversal, big price, you want to use them.
Thor's Nest, Todd Pletcher.
Second off of the layoff, he ran okay off the pace, a bit wide last time.
Conquistador, second time out, Chad Brown, new gelding.
I thought this horse ran well first time out and will benefit from being gelded, and I think he's an interesting horse. I put him 3rd.
2 sprints on dirt, now turf for the 6.
The dam was a dirt horse. The second dam did win on synthetic. There's not really any true turf in the pedigree, though.
Klimp, Master 0 for 6 in the money on the grass.
Yeah, this is a tough one to make, to say the least.
No Merlot, John Kimmel.
I thought this horse was a little interesting. Not as many turf starts, only once at the maiden claiming level.
Oligarch, new surface and stretches out.
He may need even more than that.
Complex Agenda, Tom Morley off the claim.
Bit interesting as this horse was chasing last time out, and he has been gelded. Thought that he could be a little bit of an outside player.
And Bill Mott runner, blinkers coming off and drops in for tag for the first time, Quiet Moon.
This horse is a very good pedigree, but it's really kind of going back. I'll tell you what sort of, I mean, it's on the second family. It's more dirt. I'll tell you, interesting stat. Bill Mott has good numbers, maiden special, maiden claiming, but not at Naira. His numbers at Naira on the drop down are bad, but the big price if you like them.
Back to Vintage Vino. There's Ruben Silvera and those purple and white silks with the favorite. And Andy going to wind up with a 10, Complex Agenda.
Well, yeah, Complex Agenda is a horse that could have been a lot closer to back. I thought that it was one of the things where Javier just kind of thought he was out of horse. And then suddenly he had horse late, and it was just too late. It just happens sometimes. Last time, he did disappoint me a little bit, but I think he got caught chasing Prove, who was just really good that day. You know, unusually good for a maiden 50, to be honest. Good enough to maybe win a maiden special weight. And Tom made a shrewd claim with this horse. I got to give him one more chance.
Meanwhile, Acacia, make the case for No Merlot.
Well, I know that he really looks like he has quite a bit of dirtied up form, and I know he's been exposed against much lesser on the dirt, but I thought with his turf form altogether, he started out, yes, closing from off of it and maiden special weight races on the grass. He ran okay at Tampa, and then last time out he did run well, and it was at a big price, but only once he's run on the turf for maiden 50. So thought at a price in here, and I wasn't in love with taking a 2-to-1 on Vintage Vino. I thought he was a little bit of an intriguing alternative.
I agree. Sideways fans all over him, too.
One of
Let's go to Maggie.
all-time great movies.
Yeah, another good one. As we'll take a look here at number 2, Vintage Vino. Maybe occasionally you should play that exacta, Vintage Vino and No Merlot. Vintage Vino, just to me, feels like a plotter. Kind of wherever you put him in a race is where he's going to stay. There aren't many gears. There's not that much turn of foot, at least as of late in his races. He looks great here. No problems with him whatsoever. I think he's logical enough, but you know, when push comes to shove, is he really going to kick on? maybe against Maiden Claiming Field, he will. As we move on towards the outside here, Complex Agenda, one of 4 horses coming in as a new gelding. And I agree with what Andy said, 2 back about this horse. And then last time, Kendrick almost did the same thing. It's like this horse needs to be told what to do. If you stop riding him, if you are quiet on him, he's just gonna say, whatever, I'm not gonna run on. Because Kendrick did it too. At the quarter pole, he was statuesque, he started losing ground, and then Kendrick went to ride him, and he kind of kicked on again. So maybe, you know, also with the gelding, it changes his outlook on life and his mind frame a bit here. But I just thought it was interesting, you know, Ricardo Santana, who can be a fairly aggressive rider, needs to stay busy on this horse to tell him what to do. Number 11, Quiet Moon. It was funny when he debuted in that colloquial in the 1/900 race. I had written long or turf. Well, he's getting that here, but he's also getting the drop in class. I mean, this is what he looks like he wants to do. I know Andy mentioning a little bit more of a dirt distance pedigree, but I think this is the right gig for him. He has strengthened a little bit since the last time I saw him, which, yes, was back in February. So that's a good sign. And he's a big price here. We'll see what kind of trip Katie's able to pull with him. Blinkers coming off from that far outside, Greg.
See what happens. Dropping class for the first time in for Maiden Claiming for this one. Katie Davis DQ'd out of a win earlier on the card. And an opportunity here for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott and Godolphin.
It's a gamble. I mean, listen, who knows? First time turf. The last thing I'm ever going to do is tell somebody not to bet a horse. It's a big price. I'm not particularly interested in this horse, but if you like this horse, 14-1, why not, right?
Second time turf.
I'm sorry, second time. I just wish this horse did a little running last time, you know? I mean, this horse, I know there were better horses, but this is one of the things that speed figures, we've talked about this before. You have to be careful with also rans in turf races against good fields, getting figures that are a little high. There's an interesting one, I think, in tomorrow's last race. Blue Pill ran against considerably better horses, did no running, and normally gets about a 58 buyer, got a 76 buyer, but didn't do any running. It's not that the horse improved, it's that it was running in a better field. The nature of turf racing is it carries horses along, because really the only running is done the last 5/16 to a quarter of a mile. It's a completely different animal than dirt racing. And if I decided to make my own figures, I would completely revamp the way Beyer looks at turf racing. I think that you want to have an exponential growth in the number of points given for every beaten length, because it's just a different. Beating 5 lengths in the turf, it's like beating a dozen to 15 lengths on the dirt.
The races tend to bunch up so much more than what you're going to see.
And dirt racing, they're running hard the whole way, and so the fields spread out a lot more. You don't see that in turf racing at the end. The fields come together. I always like to call it the smush factor.
Much different dynamics.
Yep.
Complex Agenda has started to take a lot more money, down to 9-2 right now.
Doesn't this sound like it should have been a Klarovich horse? It was claimed from Vinny Viola, right? Complex Agenda, that's sort of a...
Yeah, I could see
People are starting to steal those Klarovich names, I think. You're seeing more names that are... It used to be you always knew, you know? I'd see a broodmare, and I'd say, that'd be a Klarovich horse, and now you look and it's not.
Finance, policy, he's got all the names covered.
He spends, yes, a lot of names covered. A lot of good names, a lot of clever names in there. Practical Joke was a great one.
That's a great name. And you can get some really fun names from the offspring as well. It's not easy picking a name for a horse. You have to pick a good one. And then if you like it, you have to make sure it gets approved by the Jockey Club as well.
You got Senbei.
Yes. Runs tomorrow.
Yeah.
9-5 favorite, Vintage Vino. Linda Rice looking to add one more on this card. Ruben Silvera aboard on the 2. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Complex Agenda, Quiet Moon, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Complex Agenda flew out of the gate from an outside stall, is up by a length and a half, and gets right over to the rail. Complex Agenda is the clear leader now, is up by that full length. Just behind them comes Thor's Nest, is in the yellow cap, and to the outside of that rival comes Nyquistador. Is now a stalking second with At the Rail, Tight Hold, Authentic Legend, and circling rivals. Here comes Oligarch to join the early fray. So at the rail, it's Complex Agenda and Centena. Cornering very wide there was. Towards the outside, Oligarch, who's now in third, is going to move up. This horse is on the muscle, wants to move up with this leader. Nyquistador is going to be pushed back to third, and at the rail, that's Authentic Legend in fourth. They're followed to the outside by Thor's Nest and Rosario. Then in between horses comes Consolation Prize. They're in tandem with Vintage Vino. Quiet Moon is towards the outside of them. And towards the back end of the field, we've got Rebellious Type, No Merlot, and the trailer, Clint Master. 48.41 for the half-mile time. Complex Agenda is hounded by a big long shot here in Oligarch, who wants to go is within a neck of the leader. Thor's Nest has got a nice trip here. Yellow Cap moving forward with At the Rail, Authentic Legend. Also trying to move forward. Now, in between horses comes Nyquistador, who's in fifth. And on the move, Consolation Prize. At the rail, there comes Vintage Vino. They turn up the pressure on Complex Agenda, still with a head advantage. Thor's Nest has had a nice trip, is ready to pounce towards the outside. Corners very wide coming off the turn. And Complex Agenda is in front. Vintage Vino down towards the inside. Now moves past the long shot as a clear second. Complex Agenda still finding plenty, but Vintage Vino is now in full pursuit. And here comes Vintage Vino towards the outside. Vintage Vino now challenges, puts ahead in front. Complex Agenda won't go away. Complex Agenda right back. Vintage Vino, photo right at the wire there in the shadows. It was Vintage Vino to the outside and Complex Agenda. It's a tight photo in 1 minute 43.36 in the finale.
I'm not good at these. I don't know who won it. Vintage Vino right there, as is Complex Agenda, trying to do it on the front end. It's either 9-5 or 5-1.
Well, this is a big one for me because I have a double with the 10.
I think it's a big one for Tom Morley, who had 2 nose defeats yesterday.
Yeah.
So hoping he's on the right side of this one here.
2 got a great trip here and looked like it was going to go right on by. If the 99-1 shot hadn't bothered the 10 would have won for fun.
I will say, as you mentioned, long shot with the number 9, Oligarch, kind of
10.
Got the bob?
Yes, we got the bob.
99-1 shot on the front end, pressing with Complex Agenda. No matter what, he ran a huge race.
He did, and it was a great ride by Ricardo, as is so often the case, win or lose. And I believe the 10 got it. I don't know what the rider on the 9, and it's a little silly, to be honest. A rider who doesn't ride here, sort of riding maniacally in there. But regardless, we'll see what happened.
Still waiting. And it did look like the 2 just going to roll right on by, and this race was an afterthought, but then this 10 digs in and refuses to go away.
10 won the bob. It's a lot of money. This angle doesn't matter. We're showing an angle that's deceptive, I believe. I'm sorry. I'm looking on the other TV. I apologize.
Let's take one more look at it. And yeah, it looks like here Vintage Vino is gone. This race is over, but not yet, says Ricardo Santana Jr. And Complex Agenda digs in on the inside and turns this into a photo.
I think the worst we could get is a dead heat, in my opinion, but I think we won.
Vintage Vino came alongside. He was hanging on that left lead, kind of leaning in slightly as a result, Ruben Silveira. And I don't know if that impeded his forward momentum, as it did look, as you mentioned, Greg, especially given how that pace played out. Like Vintage Vino was just going to roll right on by. We've seen it a few times throughout his career, though, that he has the tendency to kind of wait on horses. And there he is. You see his head turn slightly, and I don't know. It's very tight at the wire.
I guess. I didn't think it was so tight, but apparently it's much tighter than I realized, which is a bad sign.
Photo.
Yeah. Big swing here.
Well, Ricardo Santana Jr., regardless of what happens, just continuing to make a huge impact here in New York.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And it is the 2 listed as your winner.
Wow.
2-10-1-3.
I don't believe this. I don't believe this. Is this a dead heat? I don't know how this horse won that photo. I honestly don't.
He must have gotten.
This is crazy. I don't know how this horse won this photo.
I think it
I
was
was
the
sure
only
the 10
time.
won,
It's
and
a dead
did.
heat.
It's a dead heat. It's a dead heat. Yeah,
Just posted.
I had a feeling
Wow.
that this was not a. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
This
it was tight.
This was one where the 10-1er was a dead heat. You know, when you need one horse, you're usually being a little bit fatalistic.
Yeah.
And I just was sure I won. I did.
Ricardo looks pretty relieved it was a dead heat there.
It's not Ricardo's fault. He gave
No,
a 10 a great
he
ride.
gave an exceptional
this
ride.
ridiculous 9 just almost buried him in there.
Yeah, that was something else. Oligarch, that 90 some odd to 1 shot, 99 to 1. Who knows
Oligarchs
how
are a problem everywhere.
they really are. Proved once again here.
Amen to that.
All right, so we're going to have a crowded winner's circle. And how about that little love from the 2 winning riders, Ruben Silvera and Ricardo Santana Jr. Get to spread the wealth around in the finale here.
I got to
All
call
right.
my mom.
Oh, you can't finish the show?
No, I should call her right now. Do you think we should have her on the show?
You're leaving?
No, I'll wait till we're done.
Thank you for that.
Just
We are
call.
back tomorrow. We start at sometime tomorrow that's not listed on my rundown. 12 o'clock. We're actually back tonight, though, with Breeders' Crown coverage. That starts at 8 Eastern from Woodbine Mohawk. And again, Bojangles undefeated, putting that perfect record on the line. We'll see that one. Apex as well in the 1 mile trot. 6 for 8 this year. He's won 4 in a row. Hope to see you tonight. And then tomorrow at noon Eastern. Take care.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive,
And he's going to win the hopeful.
he's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is,
Gunite got the jump.
consistent mentally, physically,
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
complete package.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
700. Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.